Morning. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, December 1st. Welcome to the Coconino County Board of Supervisors meeting. The Coconino County Flood District is also meeting today. I want to make sure that we have all our board members here. So I want to see to make sure that they are all present to be able to start a quorum here. So if you would, Supervisor Parks, I see you.
Yes, present, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair.
Supervisor Babbitt.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good. Supervisor Ryan.
Good morning. I am here.
Good morning. I am chairing this morning for Supervisor Archuleta, our board chair, until she joins us. And I'm going to start the meeting here. Today is this Tuesday, December 2nd, and our 1st. And thank you so much for joining us. Today is our regular session, and we are meeting by Zoom, as we've been doing for some time now. And we will continue until it is safe to meet together again, even though we all miss each other, don't we? It's nice to all be able to come together and be together. But we continue our work. We have you can link into if you have already joined us, you've linked into Zoom. You can also call in. You will all be muted while we are in session. We have Julian that's going to be helping us. If you would like to make a public comment, he'll be able to unmute you and make a public comment for 5 minutes. You can also email us at boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. You can also do that. And when you do, please make sure you write your full name in your comments. So now I will call the meeting to order, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone would just say the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all. Thank you so much. And we will go on to our next section, which is public comment. This public comment is for anyone that would like to make a comment for nothing that is on the agenda. Anything that's on the agenda will give you time when we come to that item. However, you may make a public comment to the Board of Supervisors. You have 5 minutes to make your public comment. You will be unmuted by Julian. And this portion, the Board of Supervisors may not make a comment, or they can make a comment, but we cannot take action on your item that you are speaking to. So with that understanding, I'm gonna look to Julian to see if there is anyone that would like to make a comment. I understand there is someone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I believe Devonna McLaughlin is here and ready to make a public comment at this time.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Devon. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Devonna McLaughlin, and I am honored today to be able to speak to the Board of Supervisors and the community. And I serve as CEO of Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. We're a local nonprofit housing organization that serves Coconino, Yavapai, and Mojave counties. I'm excited to share with you the news that we are working to expand Sharon Manor, which is our transitional housing facility located here in Flagstaff. Sharon Manor serves homeless victims of domestic violence and provides next step housing for folks who often transition from a shelter environment in crisis into longer term housing before they move into permanent housing. Survivors of violence often struggle to transition from that emergency shelter into permanent housing, They have chronic health issues. They have mental health needs. Victims may need support to build a good tenant history and time to secure better employment. Sharon Manor combines safe, decent, and affordable housing with those critical support services, helping victims to heal and to build brighter and safer futures. We are working today to renovate and expand the house at Sharon Manor, adding 5 new rental units to a second story and rehabbing the communal living space to create 8 independent studio apartments. The 13 new units will be a critical resource for our community, as we know housing is one of the biggest challenges victims of domestic violence face as they work to rebuild their lives. We have been fortunate to secure grant funding, individual donations, and to access equity that Housing Solutions has in our scattered site properties to make this project viable. But COVID has impacted us as well. And the economic impacts of COVID have increased our lumber costs significantly. While our contingency budget has absorbed some of that increase, we're also seeking grant funding and donations to make sure we cover our budget. We have submitted a community grant program application to the Board of Supervisors for your consideration and appreciate your help and support. Once we're ready for tours at Sharon Manor, we will certainly reach out to the supervisors and county leadership to see if you can come visit and see firsthand the impact of our expansion and how Sharon Manor continues to meet our community's needs. We thank you for your past support, your ongoing dedication to victims in our community, and for your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments, and thank you for your work. It is very important to our communities. I know you help throughout with our citizens throughout the county. I see Supervisor Babbitt. Would you like to make a comment?
I do, Madam Chair, not about the item, but just as an expression of my appreciation. It's gonna be our last time working together in an official capacity. Ivana, I just have so appreciated how you do your work, who you serve, and how you move the needle on a really important piece of what makes this community whole. So I just want to really thank you, your staff, your clients, profoundly for the work you do. I will miss working with you in this official, but I'm sure we are going to keep working unofficially together. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other supervisor board members who would like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item. Thank you. Julian, back to you first. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment? You can, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment, there is a hand gesture down here somewhere. I'm not very good at it, but I'm sure you are. How many months have we been using Zoom, and I'm still learning how to use it. So anyway, I'm going to move on to Julian. You see anyone that might want to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. No, I don't at this time. And just to remind folks, just to raise the blue hand that you see if you are an attendee, but I do not see any at this time.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we are going to move on to our consent agenda. The Board of Supervisors, as you all know, if you've been joining us, we have our consent agenda items on every agenda that we have, and with all our board meetings. In that, these are items, mostly routine items, and sometimes we've had sessions over them. Sometimes they're one-to-one presentations, or 2 of us with a presentation, or it's an ongoing discussion, or else it's a renewal of a contract that we have already approved and it has been addressed before. So with that, we can, with all the items, approve them with one motion. So we have 7 items that are on the consent agenda, and I would like to see if there's any board member that would like to pull an item to discuss separately or hear a presentation on it. So I will see if the board, if there's anyone that would like to pull an item. Otherwise, we are ready for a motion. Okay. I'm saying, hello, where are you?
Madam Chair, I'm not hearing anybody, so if you're willing, I'll go ahead and make a motion on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda, which are items 1 through 5, or excuse me, 1 through 7.
I'll second it, Madam Chair. This is Jim Parks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda from 1 to 7. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So with that one motion, we have an approval from all the board members. We will move on. Just for the record, since we are on Zoom, is there anyone that is opposed to this motion? Okay, hearing none, we have made the motion and approved the 7 items for the consent agenda. Now we will move on into a discussion and possible action, and we will need to resolve as the flood control district directors.
Madam Chair, I move that we resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
We have a
Second,
motion.
Madam Chair.
We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Ryan, motion, second by Supervisor Parks. And all those in favor to resolve into the Flood Control District Board of Directors, please say aye.
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 We now sit as the Flood District Board of Directors. We have a presentation and I'm going to recognize Lucinda. I believe she's going to introduce this item, and Jay will be doing a presentation. So this is an item. I know you all went on a tour and I wasn't able to join. I like to still go out there and tour the Bill Williams Mountain sometime, the project. We have a huge project going on out there. Lucinda, are you available? I see her name.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, well, unfortunately I'm having some technical difficulties with my laptop, and I'm on a loaner from IT. So thankfully, at least you can hear me. So I apologize for the video not working. Guess I could, I don't know.
It's quite all right. We all go through it.
Saying it's using the video, so who knows? Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Directors for the Flood Control District. Pleased to be with you this morning. Jay Smith, our Forest Restoration Director, and I would like to provide you with an update. And we have 2 specific areas that we would like to get direction from you after the presentation. One is relating to the allocation of the budget for the Bill Williams Mountain Steep Slope 2 project, which is the upcoming project. As Chair Fowler mentioned, that we just completed phase 1 of that project. And yes, we would be really, really pleased to be able to take you out there and get an opportunity to see that. We're very excited about the results. You'll get to visually see the results from some of the slides that Jay's going to share. And then the second item is to talk about the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Challenge Grant from the Navy, from the Department of Defense, and a proposal to extend that for a year. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Lucinda. And yes, Jay Smith will be doing the presentation, our Forest Service Restoration Project Director. So thank you so much. Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Board of Directors. I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay. You'll be working with Julian on the technology part. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to present this to the Board of Directors from the Flood Control District to look at forest restoration. But because this will be the last time I present to this board before January, I wanted to specifically thank Director Babbitt Director Parks for all the work they've done, for the support for forest restoration, and just the service that they've provided to the county. I really appreciate that, and really appreciate the support that all the directors give to forest restoration. But wanted to say that real quick. Get to the, okay, there we go. Now we got to the actual start of the presentation here. So as Lucinda mentioned, under the staff recommendations, we're looking to allocate the $2 million that was approved in the budget for Bill Williams Mountain Steep Slope 2 in FY21. We're looking to allocate that $2 million split between 2 fiscal years. So we would put $1 million into fiscal year 2021, and then wait until fiscal year 2022 to put the second $1 million that we committed to Bill Williams Mountain Steep Slope 2. And I will get a little further into that and Lucinda as well at the end of the presentation as to why we're looking to do that and why that's our recommendation. And then also the second recommendation is that we delay the Readiness Environmental Protection and Integration REPI Challenge Grant proposal by 1 year. And I will again go into a little bit more details as to why we're recommending that. As we move on to Bill Williams Mountain, I wanted to show the latest before and after picture as we have pretty much completed all the removal. We have completed the removal of all the cut trees and the dead and down wood. And you can really see the difference in this picture. Even, the wintertime pictures show a really big contrast, but even in the summertime here, we were able to show a huge contrast that was made on these steep slopes. And the steepness really doesn't translate in the picture. Some of this hiked a lot of this area, and I'm not in the greatest shape, but I get winded getting up these hills, and just seeing the difference and how at this point now the Forest Service, through initial air attack or ground attack, could really come in and safely put people on the ground to fight fire if a fire started on this area of the mountain. Now there's still plenty of areas to treat. We've done, this is 300 acres worth. We still have about 700 to 800 acres that we can look at treating and that we will be looking at treating, but we are 100% complete with getting the wood out of the woods, but we are still completing the chipping. So it's at the landing and we're chipping up the rest of this wood, getting it removed. The problem is we're slowly doing this because the company, that Market Forestry that's doing the work, can only get about 2 to 3 trucks a day. So again, it goes back to showing that without industry and trucking being a big portion of that industry, we're still struggling with trying to get wood off the landings and to an end market. So, as we discussed with Senator-elect Mark Kelly, that, having this industry and promoting industry and biomass and just the industry as a whole continues to be a bottleneck, continues to be one of the reasons why even a small project like this can get delayed and get slowed down. So in your packet, you should have had a map of this area, the Steep Slope 1 or Steep Slope 2 proposed areas. And this map, so what we have done is, originally when the Forest Service first gave us acres that they wanted to look at doing in Steep Slope 2, we're trying to transition a little bit away from the helicopter logging, the very, very expensive logging, to a little bit less expensive steep slope logging. That's the tethered Ponze type logging. So they originally gave us about 350 acres, and we went out and walked a lot of that and saw that it was just, some of it was still too rocky even for that ground base. So then we decided, do we look between doing a hybrid helicopter and ground based? But we really want to focus on the ground based as much as possible this time in the Steep Slope 2. So we went back and had the Forest Service go find more acres, and we looked at those. So you'll see in the light blue areas, that is the areas that really we know are Ponce, tethered, steep slope, ground-based acres. The orange areas on this map are areas that have a little bit more rockiness. So they might be able to get into some of it, work their way around. We went out with one of the project contractors a few weeks ago, and he kind of really gave us some good insight on what his machines can and can't do. So we've got a total of a little over 500 acres identified for steep slope 2. But we know that the funding will only do up to about 300 acres. So the RFI, the request for information, is under review right now, and we should be sending that out within the next couple of weeks. And then the RFI is really set up so that we can get better information from these steep slope loggers of what areas they want to focus on. We're going to ask them to identify the areas that the acres that they want to focus on, that they know that they can do with their equipment. And then we'll be looking at releasing the RFP late winter, early spring, so that we have a contractor in place no later than July 1, 2021. So that's our timeline goals right now. Those can move a little bit to be moved up a little bit if we get things done a little quicker. But as you can see, barely see on this map, you might be able to see it in the one in your hand, there is some Mexican spotted owl timing restrictions, and those timing restrictions cover a fair amount of the acreage. And so I know that the contractors will be looking at, they don't want to move in if they can't get to all the acres. So they may get in a little early to be able to get the acres that are outside timing restrictions, but they're really going to focus their operational timeline on those timing restricted acres as well. So we think a July 1 start will be a good start date for the contractors.
Madam Chair and Jay, if I can.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, Jay, can you remind me the spotted owl dates on the restrictions?
Yeah, so that would be, they cannot get in until October 1, and they have to be done by the end of February. So October 1 to February 28th are the operating dates within those time restrictions.
All right, thank you.
So Jay, do the spotted owls, do they migrate, and that's the reason of that time frame?
No, that is the time frame of when they are fledging. So when they're having their young and raising their young till they're old enough to get out of the nest. And what was interesting was this first steep slope 1 acreage and logging area there was an active nest that was a few hundred yards away from the landing. That they actually had 2 young. Those young were fledged and did leave the nest, so everything was successful. But what was interesting was the owls, they're very curious animals, and they were coming down at the end of the evening, end of the day, and actually sitting at the edge of the logging area, watching the finishing helicopter. They were watching the helicopter, they were watching the action that was going on, and they would fly down each evening and kind of check things out, because they also knew that opening that we were creating through all this was opening up for easier to find their mice. So they would be coming there a little early, kind of watch the end of the operation, and then they would start hunting for mice. So it's kind of interesting to watch. Okay, so leaving Billings Mountain, let's go to the post-wildfire studies, risk studies that we've done in the watersheds. And I want to focus on the Mormon Mountain post-wildfire watershed study. J.E. Fuller has completed the study. They have submitted a draft to me, and I'm reviewing that and getting questions back to them and some clarifications and maybe some additions. But I did want to go through with the board of directors here some of the findings, initial findings of the study. The map that's here shows you the 4 watersheds that we looked at, and the blue line outline that you see is the FWPP Mormon Mountain Forest Restoration Treatment Area. So that kind of shows you the size of the treatment area versus the size of the watersheds, and then the location of Upper Lake Mary, which is where the impacts will be. One of the findings was that the peak discharge rate will increase between 6% and 45% compared to pre-fire conditions. So, but remember that when we did the study, all we did was burn the area within the blue line. So the area that's looking to be treated by FWPP. So that's the only area that burned. Now, more than likely, more of those watersheds would likely burn if we had a fire. Likely it would start lower and move into the upper slopes. So just know though that we only in our study burned the area within the blue line so that we could look at what the impacts are for the steep slopes. One of the findings was that a single 100-year, 24-hour storm following a wildfire would result in a minimal loss of 2.3% of Lake Mary's storage capacity due to the sediment that would flow down from the burned area and make it all the way to Upper Lake Mary. Now that doesn't seem like much, but that's also, there's an assumption there that the lake was at 45% capacity, which is like the peak capacity that Upper Lake Mary usually gets to on average over the years. So if it's during the monsoon season or coming into the monsoon season and we've had a dry year, it may be at 25%. So that percentage then goes up from 2.3, up to more. So there's some finite numbers here, but they can also change due to conditions. And we really wanted to see, so how much, because the question is, how much sediment can move that far of a distance from the FWPP area all the way to Upper Lake Mary? And we're finding that that distance does reduce the amount of sediment that gets there. But one of the things we also looked at was, we know that through Schultz and through other fires that it's not just the sediment that's coming off of the fire, the burned area, but it's also the scouring, because you get that rainfall event on the burned area starts to move downstream and through these watersheds. And what happens is the momentum, it starts to scour the drainage ditches, and then you pick up more sediment. So we were seeing sediment reaching Upper Lake Mary, not only ash, but then sediment that's coming out of the drainages. One of the interesting things that J.E. Fuller did was they also simulated a new experimental module or tool called an ash delivery module. And it's in development by the Rocky Mountain Research Station in Idaho, Pete Robichaux. So it's stuff that we haven't finished. They haven't finished the actual design of the model, but we wanted to use it. We wanted to help him also in our using it. He can look at some of the results, but we wanted to use it to see that amount of ash delivery to Upper Lake Mary. And what it showed was that post-wildfire sediment volume delivery could increase between 12% and as high as 64% for one single storm, depending on the magnitude of the storm. So we do have a large influx of sediment ash movement based on the size of the storm when we do that. And in the way that we modeled the fire on that steep slope area was, if it was considered a passive or an active crown fire, we put it in the high burn severity, and that apprised 74% of the area of the FWPP steep slope. 74% was through the fire model was going to burn in passive or active crown, so we put it in high burn severity, and 26% would be surface fire, which would be low burn severity. That kind of gives you an idea of some of the data that we use getting those results. And J.E. Fuller is still fine-tuning and finishing the final report that will come out hopefully by the end of the year, maybe the first part of January. So we do know that there's going to be an impact to Upper Lake Mary. What it tells me is that the green watershed, it's an unnamed watershed, it actually produced 25% of the sediment. That's that small area. The green, the light tan, and the purple are all about the same size, 7 square miles. And then the large drainage area to the west is about 2/3 of that area. So it's 33 or it's 70% of the whole watershed area that goes into Lake Mary. And it allowed about 71% of the sediment, or it produced about 71% of the sediment that went into Upper Lake Mary post-fire. So the green, we know that area within FWPP that's in the green watershed is a very important area for us to treat, as well as the stuff in the larger watershed, but that green area. But I think it also tells us that we need to be pushing, as part of REPI, the REPI grant, is some of that area that's not in the steep slope, that's on those lower slopes, is part of the timber sale that we had involved in the REPI grant. So it's still important for us, I think, to push forward with that REPI grant in the future, because it will help us get those lower slopes to prevent fire from burning in those areas as well. Okay, moving on to the Mormon Mountain Mexican spotted owl packs that we had discussed during the last time I spoke with the board of directors. We approved the $300,000 from the flood control district to the National Forest Foundation to treat up almost nearly 800 acres in Mexican spotted owl packs that were on these steep slopes around Mormon Mountain. Our $300,000 will be focusing on the Bonita pack, this green pack, and the orange pack, the Mayflower pack. Those are the ones that really have a nexus to the flood control district. The supplemental project agreement that we have with NFF is nearly complete. It's been reviewed by the county attorney's office, and we'll be going back to NFF for final approval and signatures. And once signed, the $300,000 will be transferred from flood control district to the National Forest Foundation. And it may be that we bring that supplemental project agreement, or SPA, back to the board of directors for final approval. I'll ask Lucinda that again at the end, and she can comment on that, but I believe that was our plan. The request for proposals and contractor selection, they're looking like the request for proposals will come out in January 2021, and contractor selection should be in maybe March, so that they can start doing some road work. A lot of road work needs to be done getting to those packs before they start cutting and thinning the areas. And then we have the Readiness Environment Protection and Integration Challenge Grant, the REPI Challenge Grant. Our recommendation is to wait 1 year to see how our budgets, the county budgets, look in fiscal year 22, given the COVID-19 impact, but also our partners, Forest Service, but more importantly, the city of Flagstaff. In talking with the city of Flagstaff and Neil Chapman, there's some concerns that they would not have the funding, or they wouldn't be able to commit any funding right during this fiscal year, and there's concern on what the next year or two will bring. So, and the same with the county's funding. And so, in speaking with Mary Beth Drusick with the Department of Navy, and she spoke with people within the Department of Navy and Department of Defense that oversee and run the REPI Challenge Grant, that because the one-to-one match is their top criteria for awarding grants, it's really important that we know we have the funding in place, that we can meet that one-to-one match or actually exceed it to help us get the actual grant. So our recommendation is that let us wait and regroup in fiscal year 22, see how COVID impacts are going to be looking at for our FY22 budgets, and hopefully have a better feel for, do we have the funding to put toward the REPI grant. Now remember, we can fund that over 5 years, but we need to be sure that we have that funding so that we can meet that one-to-one match. So that would be our recommendation from staff. And then we would like to hear discussion or recommendations from the board of directors on that item?
Thank you, Jay. I would like to open up discussion on this particular item. Supervisor Lucinda, you have something to add? It looks like you have unmuted yourself. Okay, we are listening to a tractor.
Lucinda's microphone is not cooperating with her.
Okay, it's not a tractor. It is in the microphone. Okay, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I like what the recommendations are on the REPI grant. Providing that delay certainly makes sense, so that we can be prepared, make sure we're adapting to where funds are coming in associated with it. And it sounds like all the players will be even more prepared because there are multiple agencies associated with it. So that makes sense. In the meantime, it's really good that we can move forward on addressing the MSO areas on Mormon Mountain. So that's really good. The idea of distributing the money over Bill Williams over a 2-year period, again, makes sense from the fiscal conservative, and yet we can proceed with the project perspective. The only question that I had, and I think he already answered it, just because associated with the owls, and I'll note Art brought this up to me, is we have a really dry winter, and part of the question was if there were an opportunity to push a little harder on the RFI. It sounds like you can get it done pretty early in the year, so maybe that window is good associated with it. But the RFP, it sounds like there's not much wiggle room, but is there on a little bit of advanced treatment associated with it, considering it looks like we're moving into a really dry year, and if we can get any action on the mountain, that sure would be nice.
Right, and Supervisor or Director Ryan, I would unfortunately do not believe we can get anything this done fast enough to get the RFP done to get contractors on the mountain before February 28. To really bring them, to afford to be able to bring them in for 1 month or less than a month, possibly in January, February, to get the initial work done. I don't know if that we could do that through the Forest Service timing. They tend to go a little slower in action than we do. And a little bit. And so, unfortunately, the timing, we really wanted to have this ready to go this fall. And with the delay in the steep slope 1 due to weather last year, it kind of really pushed the Bill Williams implementation team from the Kaibab National Forest a little bit behind on getting, wanting to get the steep slope 2 kind of going. And then we had the mapping issues and the areas that they were choosing. So we worked through all that. So yeah, we're really running about 6 months behind what we really wanted to be. We wanted to have a contractor in place right now. Now, again, that may work out to our advantage as far as the budget discussion that Lucinda's going to have at the end of this to kind of explain why we're looking at splitting it. And I think that might help a little bit in that question. But at the same time, it does seem like we're losing opportunity during some dry weather right now to get some work done, but hopefully that doesn't hurt us in the long run.
Yeah, and if that's the case, that's the case. But just keeping that as a piece of the conversation, should suddenly we get a window of opportunity.
Well, I think it also brings in that it brings the argument that we've been trying to make with the Forest Service. When we met with the deputy or the interim regional forester, she made it clear that Bill Williams Mountain is not their priority, that the 4-Fry RFP phase 2 is their priority for funding. in this next fiscal year, and that there was no funding from the Forest Service available for Bill Williams Mountain. Well, again, you know, I think this brings into the fact that, well, because, and that may have been part of why they were dragging their feet in this second phase of Bill Williams Mountain, is because they didn't have any funding to bring to the table. And, you know, here we are sitting with some dry weather, great working weather, and we don't have the funding available, and we don't have, you know, things in place. And so I think it again brings us to why we need to keep pushing the Forest Service to, one, find funding, and to keep things moving and possibly get into a long 5-year type master stewardship agreement so that these things don't slow up on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, and actually, Heather was talking about other funding that can move in there on that, and that's when we can always talk about it another time. But yeah, I kind of, after that meeting with the Regional Forest Service, I kind of grumbled to Heather more so than I typically do, because I thought we had a repeat of what Cal Joyner did. You know, all this posturing of all the other demands, and therefore not an application, but they did come through with money. You know, and after I did reach out to Heather on that, she came back and said, no, we're looking at a couple other sources associated with that. I don't know, you know, how much conversation you've had, and I can't, you know, I wouldn't recognize the money because it was a quick conversation associated with that, but just that we'll keep pushing.
Yeah, the only thing I know of right now is the NRCS grant that only the Forest Service can apply for. That it looks like I'll be helping partner with them and show the partnership that the county's being involved with this work with the Forest Service to hopefully get us some grant funding from NRCS.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it looks like Liz popped on, but thanks, Jay.
Sure.
Oh, great. Oh, Supervisor Archuleta, our board chair, is present now. And hi. So
Hi.
I think I will have her take over the chairmanship of the board and have her run the meeting. So
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. I really appreciate you getting us started this morning. Thank you very much. And so, Jay, you were in the middle of your presentation here, and there's some questions that were asked. Are there any other questions for Jay at this time?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, well, I have one question, I guess, and then just comments. So the first question is on Mormon Mountain, is Neil involved in sitting in on the outputs of this sediment post-fire flooding? Is the city part of this process, and are they understanding the outputs of this?
They have not been part of the process yet. It is planned that as we start to work through the draft, that we include the city to look at this. When the city proposed their work, they were looking at Tom Runyon's, the Forest Service study that we had done, as far as which didn't have the detailed LiDAR that we had for our study. So we will now bring the city in through this draft process and review to see if there's anything that they may want to see, or data that they would like to see as part of the draft as well.
So I can't, just stress enough how much I think those conversations should already have been occurring. Like, I think they should be in there. Though that is part of the watershed protection project. And, I think advanced communication and collaboration always serves us better than reactive. And so, they should be part of this world. I mean, I think it's coming to us in public. It should have come to them in just some piece, because quite frankly, the outputs of it, are going to create some potential challenges in communication and funding as well, based on the expectations that had been put in place. So that's just one piece that, for looking forward, I would encourage encourage outreach on. And then the last couple comments are, so in, the REPI piece totally makes sense. It sounds like there's funding uncertainties from the city, as well as potentially from us. That makes sense. I really like the output of the Mormon Mountain study that break it down by kind of drainages and what proportion. Jay, you and I have been talking about museum fire with Joe Lovrich on that as well. And then let's see, the last thing was, so I get the funding split of the million and the million, and I get the Forest Service has not been responsive to the degree we would have hoped on this. I still say move aggressively on the RFI and the RFP, and if it doesn't get implemented, it doesn't. But we are in, back-to-back, absolutely uncharted monsoon, lack of moisture territory, and urgency should never leave this conversation from my perspective. So, but really super appreciate the work and super appreciate what the path forward is on this, and just been great to watch this county engage like few other counties are engaging proactively on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Babbitt. And Supervisor Babbitt, in terms of the engagement, you're talking about the city of Williams. Is that correct? I just wanted to get.
So the Mormon Mountain piece is City of Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project. And, I think that we need to be super intentional and super thoughtful about proactive conversations, especially because there have been conversations that are setting some expectations up through some of the difficult flood control district discussions we had from years ago. And I just think, they should have been included in the process to this walk up, in just my estimation. Doesn't mean it's right, just an observation, because we've had challenges together, some of it our side of the street, some of it their side of the street, but that's irrelevant,
Sure.
So over erring on communication and inclusion helps heal wounded relationships. So that's my perspective on that. So, and I'm just super happy about the city of Williams. I think they're, contemplating asking some good questions from their side of the street. So I feel good about that piece. I think it's more the Mormon Mountain drainage, watershed protection piece.
Okay, super. Thanks for the clarification for me. Thank you. Others, questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I'll get back to the directors being able to comment. I just wanted to, so I didn't finish my last two bullet points were on the water infrastructure finance authority. I kind of pushed it over to recommendations from Billings Mountain and others for them to discuss, but I wanted to get those that after we did some more, based on the recommendation last time that I met with you guys to look further into with a loan program for steep slope work.
Just go to that slide, Jay. Go to your slide 7. That's right.
I started sharing that screen for Lucinda's. Let me get back to that real quick, just so you can see it. So what they desire is that the project be completed within 3 years, which really doesn't fit well with us trying to do a long-term, large acreage. We're looking for a 7 to 8 year project, and we could do multiple loans. But what we found is that the debt forgiveness that they allow, which is up to 50%, it's capped based on an annual funding, and their annual funding is anywhere between $3 and $4 million. So they were very honest with us to say, look, you're likely the most you're going to get is $1 million. And that would be pushing their envelope a little bit on, not being able to spread out their debt forgiveness between multiple projects. So as we looked at trying to do like a $15 million loan, really we would have to do 2 to 3 $5 million loans and get those projects done. And then there was question from our county attorney's office whether the flood control district even has the ability or the legal right to get a WIFA loan. So we're looking at other ways now with going through the city of Williams, which does have the right to do that. Of how do we maybe include the city of Williams as the person that may look at the loan? So I just wanted to get those points across just so people could, the board of directors could know where we're at in looking at those water infrastructure loans.
Okay, thank you. And I know that Supervisor Parks had a question or a comment. Supervisor Parks, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jay, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's my end of it. Everybody else seems to be getting along fine. But I was wondering, a while ago you mentioned on the Bill Williams Mountain part that you're having some trouble getting trucks to haul the chips, and I assume also the logs off of that.
No, the logs we got hauled. They went down to Southwest Forest Products, so they had plenty of trucks. It's the chipping, the last of the deadened down and the tops, getting that chipped up and hauled off is what's been the bottleneck for this last portion.
Okay, well, my question was, do you anticipate if we delay this Mormon Mountain contract that we would be able to, in the future, have a better handle on getting the trucks, and maybe with the sawmill, the new sawmill going in at Belmont in that big warehouse building, if we would be able to utilize that to get some of the logs off of Mormon Mountain and those watersheds.
I definitely could. I mean, by that time, if we delay the REPI grant by a year, we'll know then who the contractor is going to be for the phase 2 RFP with the Fry. So we might start seeing an influx of more industry, more trucking being available. So yeah, it definitely could help us. But I'm kind of with Director Babbitt where I don't want to try to slow things up, anticipating, hoping that things will get better. I'd rather let's keep pushing forward. But based on just the finances, I think it's in our best interest to wait a year so that we can ensure that we have the one-to-one matching and make ourselves the most kind of appeasing to their board that looks at which REPI grants get approved. So, but it could have that fringe benefit of we might have more industry in the next 2 years.
Well, Jay, I agree with that. And I agree with Supervisor Babbitt as well, because, we do need to push it along if we can, because, the gorilla in the room is fire. If we drag our feet and we have a large scale fire next year on Mormon Mountain, I mean, we're going to be sunk. So yeah, we do need to push it along, but maybe there is an advantage to holding off a little bit. So, I mean, I know you're the expert, so you're suggesting that we wait. That's great. I'm all for that. But as far as pushing it along, yes, we need to do that too. If we can manage to hustle it along and start in on it, that'd be great on Mormon Mountain.
And I think that's one reason I felt compelled to suggest and recommend that we go forward with MSO packs that are on those steep slopes of Mormon Mountain, so that they were part of it as well. Let's go ahead and get those going now that we have Forest Service funding to match with ours, or actually double ours. So yeah, I agree. Let's just keep moving forward.
All right. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Jay? Okay, Jay, I think you got through all of your slides, right? Except the last one, which said questions.
Yes, Madam Chair, I did. And so, I would like to turn it over to Lucinda so she could go through this general fund transfer discussion that I started.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jay. Good morning, Lucinda.
Good morning. Can you see a slide that says Museum Flood General Fund Transfer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So wanted to take a few minutes. This is really an update to let you know where we are financially. As I think the board of directors will recall that when we had the museum fire and we put into place a significant effort to prepare for monsoon season. This was back in the summer of 2019. We had expended funds, as you're aware, and the board had made a decision at that time. The Board of Supervisors had made a decision at that time, and it approved as part of the budget for this fiscal year for the flood control district to transfer from the general fund to the flood control district fund $1.45 million to cover what we had expected to expend. We did end up expending 1.23 million. And then for this budget year, the remainder of those funds had stayed in the 10-year plan to serve as the emergency reserve. And obviously when all this occurred, we were pre-COVID. We expected to have a monsoon season as we normally do. Now we have not had 2 monsoon seasons in this area, which is creating more and more of a fire threat, as we're all well aware. So that was the decision as part of the budget process. That transfer from the general fund has not been made. And in talking with Siri Mullaney, our CFO, about the impacts of COVID to the general fund, obviously there's a desire to reduce that transfer or eliminate that transfer if there's any way possible from the general fund, given the reduction in local sales tax revenue. If there is no transfer right now in terms of the fund balance for FY21, the end of this fiscal year, it goes from a fund balance of 290,000, which again would have served as the emergency reserve, to a negative 732,000, assuming several important assumptions here. That we secure $335,000 in reimbursement for museum flood expenses, that we secure the final payment for reimbursement for the North Schultz flood event, and that we secure a FEMA grant for the Mount Eldon Estates project this fiscal year. So, that's what occurs if there is zero transfer, that the 1.45 is not transferred over. So we went about, worked with flood control district team staff, and we identified some potential expenditure reductions. Given the change in the timing of Bill Williams, and providing $1 million in this fiscal year toward Bill Williams steep slope phase 2, and then 1 million in July, which would be the next fiscal year, fiscal year 22, that we would be able to reduce down the impact to the flood control district by $1 million. In addition, we eliminated investment in a second air curtain burner. As you know, we've had some challenges there, and largely challenges with how the Forest Service prefers that we manage that. And then we also did then commensurately reduce the operations budget for the air curtain burner. We do continue to have some air curtain burner operation funding, but we eliminated $160,000 of that funding. We also were able to capture about $100,000 in savings from the Mountain Dell drainage project. And we were able to capture approximately $35,000 in salary savings for the vacant hydrologist position, although we are going to be filling that hopefully in January. We're actually interviewing tomorrow. And then we also were able to reduce from the National Flood Insurance Program operations, which is basically the operations funding that supports that program in community development. We were able to reduce some of those costs. So if we implement those expenditure reductions that I just outlined, and we do get the full grant amount and we get the full reimbursements that I noted before, then the flood control district fund balance is estimated to go up to 652,000. So by the end of this fiscal year. So then we would be in the positive, and we would have that money available both for an emergency reserve and for other expenditures that the flood control district board may choose to make in this fiscal year. If we implement those expenditure reductions and we do not secure the grant in the full reimbursements this fiscal year, and I think this fiscal year is the key, because timing, as we know, working with DEMA and FEMA, getting these reimbursements, the timing is the critical issue right now. And the issue is that they've been very consumed with processing their reimbursements for the COVID expenditures, which of course we're all well aware of, because we're submitting into that process as well, of course, for many of our expenses under COVID. So we've had a conversation with DEMA. They have agreed to put some resources to it. Whether that will materialize in an actual reimbursement in this year, I think right now I'd say at best that's 50-50. I think we do have the opportunity. We are really pushing to get the 50,000 for North Schultz. That is dependent on them completing a final audit, which frankly should be fairly straightforward. And but the 50,000 isn't, going to make up all the difference that we need, obviously. And if we do not secure the grant and or the reimbursements, then the estimated balance, we would have a negative balance in the flood control district budget for this year of 148,457. I want to point out that in terms of the grant from FEMA, it's a hazard mitigation grant that we received, to construct a project in Mount Eldon Estates to reduce down the impacts from flooding from the museum fire. We have been awarded that grant. We have heard, though, from DEMA that they have a concern about being able to complete the National Environmental Policy Act process, what's called the NEPA process. Again, we're pushing pretty hard. This was also a discussion with Senator-elect Kelly's office, that we need some support through FEMA to DEMA. We certainly know many contractors are available that could go out and perform that work. And, we're pushing to get that process done so that they can then release the funds, and those funds could be available to reimburse our costs. The goal is to start that project this spring as soon as weather allows. The engineering is at about 80% now. So, and we're confident that we can complete the engineering and secure the cooperator agreements. The work in Mount Eldon Estates is very similar to what we did in Schultz, what we called individual lot mitigation there, and we're managing it in a very similar fashion. So I also want to emphasize that with the split in the Bell Williams Mountains contributions, that we will need to look for those additional funds. We'll need to keep the project longer term on track. We will need to identify those funds in the future, that $1 million impact, and that likely will be needed either in 22 or 23. So as Jay pointed out, we hope to get that back on track in terms of the process. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions. Again, this will all come forward as part of the budget process, and we'll update you prior to that, as well as we learn more about the reimbursements as well as the NEPA process. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Questions? I see Supervisor Parks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lucinda, I was just kind of wondering, okay, we're talking about this impact on the budget. What I'm wondering is, in East Flagstaff, there are quite a few sandbags in that area that have been there since 2019, and they're starting to deteriorate. Those sandbags are not meant to stand up under the sun. They're meant to deteriorate by sunlight. But are we planning on replacing those sandbags, or are we going to clean up what is happening there with the deterioration of the sandbags, and or the sandbags that we have, the several thousand sandbags that we have over in the Public Works yard? They're starting to deteriorate as well. And I'm wondering what the program is for the cleanup or the replacement of those sandbags.
We have not made that decision yet. Will be meeting beginning of the year with the city to talk through, what may be a plan for addressing that. We've obviously sustained 2 years of no monsoon, although I want to point out to people that even with, we had a 0.6 of an inch, storm this summer. That was one of the few storms that we had on the burn area. And water did flow all the way, low amount, but did flow all the way to Cedar Avenue. So I personally remain concerned. I know that Supervisor Babbitt has had concerns with the Forest Service. I believe he remains concerned about the condition of the watershed. But we do need to sit down with the city and talk through what does this process look like, and have a conversation, with Supervisor Archuleta and Supervisor Babbitt and Supervisor-elect Horseman about how do we go forward here? Because obviously, if we're going to maintain that mitigation, there's going to be it's another significant expense to that effort. So that will be a conversation before we get into hopefully having a monsoon season next year.
Okay. Yeah, it just appears to me that if we are going to maintain the integrity of the flood mitigation that's already there, we kind of need to, we at least you guys need to talk about it. I won't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be here at that time, but you guys can sure talk about
the plan and be prepared to execute that. And I'll say the May-June timeframe. So.
Okay.
And past summer, just as a FYI, so I know in Sunnyside there were pallets of sandbags that were placed in various points throughout the neighborhood, and people could get those fresh sandbags to replace the old ones and take the old sandbags to our site over at our Health and Human Services building, where we still have a sandbag site there. And so, I know that's what I did. I hauled the old sandbags over, and the ones that were torn, hauled those over to Health and Human Services, and then picked up some replacement bags. And so that is one effort that did happen this summer.
Yes, we did that, a whole process prior to this flood season, prior to this monsoon season to support people with changing out bags. But Supervisor Parks is right. They continue to deteriorate.
Yeah.
They're supposed to have a 3-year life. We're approaching that 3rd season. So he's correct that we're seeing more deterioration. That's not, surprising. We would have expected that.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks. Supervisor Ryan?
There we go. Got to hit the microphone. Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple pieces. I'm trying to put the numbers together. The 1 million from the general fund, how did we have that set up that we were transferring the 1 million? What was the
it was 1.45 million, and that was approved by the board after initially in you know, that right after the flood event, there had been a discussion about doing that transfer. And then as part of the budget process coming into this fiscal year, you know, that money was supposed to have been transferred in this fiscal year. And well, actually, I think it was actually originally supposed to be transferred in this year. Last year, it didn't get transferred in. It got transferred, it was supposed to be transferred in this fiscal year, that 1.45 million. And it was slated to be a transfer. So that's the issue now. We're trying to do what we can to reduce down the impact to the general fund. So by not making that transfer or reducing the amount of that transfer.
So the decision associated with the transfer was we were under an emergency during the museum fire. We tapped into reserves in order to pull the $1 million out and cover for the cost of the emergency. And was it, when we did that, did we make a decision to push it into flood control, or were we seeking reimbursement over time?
No, it was to be a transfer, not a loan.
Okay.
I mean, frankly, the experience last time with Schultz is it was set up as a loan. I think it took us 7 years to pay it, or 7 or 8 years to pay it back. And you know, at that time before COVID, you know, we were in a good budget position. We had the emergency reserves, and I think the discussion with the board was, we have emergency reserves for emergencies. Let's use, you know, the emergency reserves and not have to reduce down the flood control budget, therefore reducing down our investment in forest restoration. And so we're not making, I just want to make sure everyone understands, there's no decision on this today. This is just an update. We'll come back to the board at some point with a decision point, hopefully understanding where are we with the grant and where are we with the, you know, with the reimbursements.
So I wouldn't want to lose track of this one. You know, speaking to the rest of the board, in terms of we are having hard times, so we need to make sure that we make it through with the right balances. By the same token, try and stay on track with the projects that we're doing. But maybe there is somewhere in between that we can keep an eye on. I just want to stay informed on this and track how it goes while we're making these decisions of, you know, this tighter budget on that. The other piece that I'm looking at is on the air curtain burner understanding. We're not there with the Forest Service yet. I don't want us to completely walk away from that. Not only that, even more importantly, the community resiliency, the community, I call it urban forestry component. We might have great opportunities to affect our communities by having the burn curtain program available associated with it. And so I see the need right now for where we are. I don't want to see it suddenly get reduced and then it disappear. I don't want us to lose track of this one and give up on it just yet. So they're my comments on this. But, you know, as it's outlined, we're adapting. It sounds like you have it lined up in, you know, a reasonable way. I just want to keep track of these. Thank you.
Thank you, and we certainly will, and that's why we wanted to provide the update today.
Madam Chair?
Sure. Other questions, Supervisor Babbitt?
Yeah, first thing, hey, Julian, would you mind allowing me in on my office computer? I'm now trying to get off my phone onto my office computer, but I'll talk on my phone until
Yes,
then. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So I wanted to find out, Jimmy, what is our emergency reserve balance in the budget? And I'm starting to, you know, think about, we have emergency reserves built in. We've taken a conservative approach to that, interested in finding out what that looks like right now. I am, in general, a proponent of having this get repaid. earlier, and I just want to look, and it's going to be a different new board's decision to do that, but what is the reserve?
So Madam Chair, Supervisor Babbitt, I don't have the number in front of me. Siri is on. She is a panelist. Madam Chair, is it okay if we ask Siri to chime in on Supervisor Babbitt's question?
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Supervisor Babbitt. So I am looking right now because the amount that we have in the budget for reserve was based on estimates that were provided during the budget development process. And of course, as we go through finalizing the year end after the budget, that number changes. So I believe that our assumptions altered the amount that we budgeted for contingency. But just to clarify, is your question a flood control contingency balance or a general fund county balance that you're looking for?
Let's see. We can't hear you yet, Supervisor Babbitt.
Nope, I must not
Now
be.
we can.
Okay, well, my computer's not. Okay, so I believe this is for the general fund. And this is in relation to opportunities to pay forward on some of the, discussion points we've heard today. So what are our emergency? I think there are two. One is contingency, correct? And then one is emergency reserves. Is that accurate nomenclature for two different buckets of unexpected expenditure funds?
That is correct. We do include a general operating contingency in the general fund that we do tend to expend during the year for things that come up that maybe weren't anticipated during budget development. It's a much smaller amount that resides in the general county administration budget. A few $100,000 is typically what is in there, but then the emergency reserve is broken out into 15% of revenues, and then any excess balance is really additional contingency. And what we were forecasting for this budget cycle was that actually we would be dipping into our general fund emergency reserve, so we would not be hitting our target of 15%, and that we would be using at least $1 million of that towards the COVID emergency. And so we won't be hitting our target. And in addition, then it would basically exhaust for this year any additional on top of our 15% of revenue amount for emergency reserves. So we have a different picture certainly than when the transfer to the flood control district was discussed. At that point, we did have additional reserves in excess of our 15% policy level that were available for this purpose. But fortunately, during the time in between, when the transfer was discussed, there were also changes in the assumptions there that happened with the flood control district, as DCM Andriani had alluded to, as far as the monsoon, for example, and different lower expenditures in the flood control district. So it did allow us to delay any kind of transfer, and certainly it's on the radar, and we want to look at it holistically and hope to come back to the board in January with a picture of all funds and all needs, and this will be part of that discussion, but we want to include an updated general fund forecast as well as part of that discussion.
So what is the amount in that, get back to, what is the amount that's in there is the question. I believe me, I appreciate you contextualizing the totality of the discussion, but the question is how much is in there at that 15%?
Certainly. So it's definitely a moving target, but we were looking, and I need just 1 minute to pull up our budget assumptions for that dollar amount. So if you can give me about 2 more minutes to find the right documents, I want to get you the exact answer that you're looking for then.
Madam Chair and Art and Siri, I'm have the same interests, but I'm curious about the, how far did we dip in percentage? Are you looking for both too, Art? The percentage as well as the amount? Yeah, that's our target anyway, is the percentage.
Yeah, and I think that those contingencies those emergency reserves are our target, and we have taken a conservative 15% approach, and so that is not a law or a rule. It is a policy and approach, and so situations do change. I just want to make sure we understand what that bucket looks like.
Certainly, if I can be allowed to screen share, I can go back to the document, the most recent document that was presented to the board during the budget presentation.
Sure, go ahead, Siri.
Okay, are you seeing the general fund long recovery model across the top, a spreadsheet?
Yes, yeah, and if you could make it a little bit bigger, that'll be helpful.
Okay. Okay, so just as a reminder, this was the long recovery presented to the board with our budget assumptions for fiscal year 2021. And so to draw your attention down to the bottom of the screen, we did anticipate dipping into fund balance for this fiscal year in our budget. And so what that does is, here's our emergency reserve, and you can see it, I have the formula across the top, that typically we set it at 15%, that's our policy level, so 15% of our revenues. However, we deducted $1 million from that target for this year with repayment as recovery happens in the future. So we're not at our target level. But when we did dip into it by that $1 million, then that basically leaves 15,000 we were forecasting in non-emergency reserve. So if we had not removed that $1 million, our target is $1 million higher, and this number would be essentially, we'd be in a deficit of $1 million. But then also looking forward, which of course we are going to update these assumptions, but moving forward, we also then continue to dip into basically our target would be 15% of revenues then in fiscal year, and this is fiscal year 22. I'll just quick show you this column right here. But then, so what we were anticipating was that in fiscal year 2022, we would actually be short of our 15% emergency reserve target by $3.5 million. Does that make sense?
Just
Supervisor Babbitt. Well, hang on. I just want to make sure that he has.
I am tracking and I am tracking where you're going. I do think there's some policy discussions behind it, but that's really going to be, for future discussion. But yes, thank you for bringing that up. I super appreciate it.
Okay, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, just along that line, Siri. So the reduction of $1 million, is that was that the intended kind of the downturn recovery amount, or that's on top of that?
It is on top of that. That is one of the solutions, if you think back to the budget development that were presented to help address our shortfalls. So we had, the vacancy review figures, the solutions, and then also the anticipated operational savings as solutions, and then an additional $1 million coming from fund balance rather than doing budget reductions for fiscal year 21, just given the timing and how quickly things came forward, that we would look at using $1 million, but then knowing that there's additional work to be done for future years to avoid dipping into our fund balance so significantly or being off of our target of emergency reserves. And so again, we plan to bring that forward in January with an updated plan that will have updated figures, so we can take a look at the current forecast as some assumptions have changed and some may be just timing issues that move down the line.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Art.
Other questions before I go into mine? Okay, so thank you, Siri. So Lucinda, I guess I'm just trying to understand then the kind of the whole maybe scope and impact of this. And so I understand we made a commitment for a general fund transfer, not a loan, an actual transfer. That transfer did not take place for whatever reason. So now we're at the point where we're kind of reevaluating that. But we're going to need that funding eventually, right? I mean, I'm trying to understand the impact to the projects, the Bill Williams Mountain project, the other projects, if we don't have that general fund transfer. So can you provide a little bit more?
Correct. You're correct. You're correct, Madam Chair. We have, there's a commitment to complete a set of projects on Bill Williams Mountain, and it has been delayed, as Jay pointed out, partially due to weather for last year, pushed the first phase of the project into this year. In addition, there have been delays for other reasons, as he noted. And so, you know, that's accommodating the ability to potentially split this payment that would have been made in this year. But that we will still need those total dollars to be able to complete that project over the next several years. So that's still going to be necessary to have those funds.
So it's going to be timing then.
Correct.
I mean, if the board decides, and I understand this is going to be a discussion during, you know, budget, it seems like, but we should have probably additional discussions leading up to that. But if the board decides to not make that general fund transfer or to not make it in the amount it was originally committed, so a portion of it, then there will be impact to the projects. We'll have to come up with funding for the projects at some point then.
Correct.
Okay, and then and then the funding in terms of some other maybe insights on funding for some of the projects, the WIFA, and some of that. I mean, is there anything we need to be doing in terms of looking at some of those loans or programs, like from a legislative or advocacy standpoint?
That's an excellent point. I think, you know, if given the input from the county attorney that mechanism, that WIFA mechanism may not legally be available to the flood control district, then we could certainly look at a legislative, you know, approaching the legislature about providing that authority to the flood control districts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
WIFA is interested. They did fund, you know, from the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, you know, the voters approved 10 million. The 6 million remaining, they just did bond that through WIFA. So again, as Jay mentioned, the city would have the opportunity that they legally can do that. But according to our county attorney, we cannot through the flood control.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, great. Looks like Vice Chair Fowler had a question. Vice Chair Fowler.
Thank you. I think you touched on this. I was just wondering if we could, if the board decides not to provide the full funding as we had agreed, and it was maybe half of that, how would that impact the project, the projects? And just wondering if maybe you might want to develop a, try to provide us understanding with the partial funding, full funding. I think that might be very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
We can certainly bring back, you know, more detail. I did outline in the slides what the impact would be, but we can provide more options in terms of, you know, different, let's say, percentages of payback as well. We can certainly do that when we bring this back. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Lucinda. Yeah, that'd be super helpful. Okay, any other questions on this or comments on this portion? Okay, well, hearing none, then is there anything else, Lucinda, that we need to consider before we then move on to the next subject, which is an executive session that we need to get to?
No, just wanted to, you know, it sounds like the board of directors is comfortable with the split payment, given the delays, you know, in that process. In terms of the Bill Williams Mountain project process, the delays in splitting that, and then as well as delaying the REPI. So we'll move ahead with that direction. Thank you.
Okay, super. Well, thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda, well, first we have to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
There's a second?
Second the motion.
There's a motion, a second, to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, we are now the Board of Supervisors. The next item on our agenda is an executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second
Second.
motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to go into executive session. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Okay, hearing none opposed, we are going to go to executive session. So if you would please close out this meeting, and we will use the Teams meeting to go into executive session, where we will have discussion and consultation with attorneys regarding possible commencement of civil action for breach of contract. Okay, thank you. And we will reconvene, just for members of the public to understand, we will reconvene at 1:15. We will go after the executive session to a break, and then we will come back at 1:15 for the remainder of our agenda. Thank you.
the next few days. You can look at it and sign off on.
Good afternoon. Julian, are all the board members here to start the meeting?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, I'm checking to see if all the board members are present to start the meeting. Oh, here we go. I think I can see everyone now.
Supervisor Fowler, we don't have Supervisor Parks yet.
Okay, I'm going to start this afternoon's meeting. Our board chair will be joining us shortly. So we have a quorum with the three of us. So I'm gonna go ahead and start our presentation. Our next presentation is Cynthia Neiman with the Parks and Recreation Director will be having a presentation and discussion on possible action to approve the Fort Tut Hill County Park Water Advisory Committee's final draft Fort Tut Hill County Park Sustainable Water Management Plan. This has been in the works for a while. Congratulations, Cynthia. And we've had a number of presentations on this one, but thanks for doing the presentation again. So Cynthia, go ahead. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, members of the board. When the board approved the Flagstaff Snow Park's ability to generate artificial snow, wisely, this group sought to convene a group of stakeholders and experts to study and provide recommendations for offsetting the use of potable water for that very purpose. This group became the Fort Tut Hill Water Advisory Committee. And so after a year of study and generating ideas and having excellent discussions and providing input, it's exciting to present the final draft of the Fort Tut Hill County Park Water Sustainable Management Plan. This document comes to you through the time and commitment of the Water Advisory Committee, the public who provided input into the plan, staff support, and Amanda Atkinson's guidance of the process and authorship of the plan itself. The Parks and Recreation Department feels indebted to all of you. We're ready to begin the good work that's being recommended. Well, frankly, we've already made some headway, so we're looking forward to continuing the good work that's being recommended in the plan. But before handing it over to Amanda, who will be presenting her good work this afternoon, I want to acknowledge the members of the committee and welcome those who are joining us today. So with that, I'm going to list them off. So just bear with me because it's important to note who they are and the range of diversity that this committee brought to the table. So I'll begin with Ellen Parrish, who represents the Parks and Recreation Commission, Aaron Young with City of Flagstaff Water Resources, Jeff Stein represents the Friends of Coconino County Parks, Joe Shannon with the Sierra Club, Jonathan Allen, he's the president of the Flagstaff Snow Park, Julie Lead with Peak Engineering, Mary Hendricks was on the committee representing equestrian events that take place at Fort Tut Hill County Park, Robert Vane and Ward Davis, both with the Flagstaff Water Group, Ron Doba with Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council, Tamara Lawless with the City of Flagstaff Water Conservation, and Tim Kinney, Mike Thomas, and Michael Hurley with Kinney Construction Services. So again, a very diverse group, committed group of folk, and we just had a really, really great time working together. And so I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your expertise, your thoughtful discussions. And for those of you that are here, again, welcome. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Amanda.
Hello, Amanda. Thank you. Thank you to all the volunteers. It really takes a group of really bringing of all minds together to get and accomplish a great project. So thank you for your service. It really means a lot to be able to volunteer and to commit your time in addition to your work and family. I know that you are all committed to the communities, and thank you so much for helping us through this project. So Amanda, here's another project that you've been working on. You've done a number of projects with the county, so it's really great. Thank you so much. I'm gonna just hand it over to you to do the presentation now. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank
There
you,
you go.
Madam Vice Chair. And thank you for the kind words. It's been an honor to work on this project alongside Cynthia and the awesome Parks and Rec team, as well as the community water advisory stakeholder group that she pointed out. And with that, I'm going to share my screen and dive into the presentation. Can you see my screen okay?
Not yet.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Got it. And I just noticed Supervisor Archuleta, our board chair, is present now, and I'm going to hand the meeting over to her. Supervisor Archuleta, Amanda was just going to start her presentation now.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Fowler. Appreciate your support in starting out the meeting, and welcome, Amanda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor, Madam Chair Archuleta. So yeah, I was just thanking again the Water Advisory Committee for their year-long effort and engagement in this water initiative, water conservation initiative, as well as developing the plan. And before I dive into it, I did want to just quickly say thank you to you all, the Board of Supervisors, for your ongoing support and commitment to our county's sustainability efforts, to our mission of being good environmental and community stewards. And we're proud of this effort that we carried out through your leadership and request, and feel that it meets that mission. So thank you for setting that tone for us. Today, going to give a brief overview of the initiative, why it was started, what our goals were with the Water Advisory Committee, some of the plan updates since we last met in September, and then our outreach efforts that involved starting with the Water Advisory Committee, and then going out for the to the public for feedback on the draft plan. And then our next steps for implementation, as Cynthia highlighted earlier, that is an exciting piece of this, not only developing the plan, but putting it into action. And then ultimately getting your all, the Board of Supervisors, feedback and approval of the plan. Moving back and forth from a couple things. So over a year ago, again, with your leadership and direction, we embarked on a historical effort, developing a water conservation initiative and a plan through a community-driven process. This effort is groundbreaking, and the plan and initiative provide a foundation for our county's mission, as I just mentioned earlier, to be good stewards. Why is this groundbreaking? Why is it historic? The Fort Tuthill County Park Sustainable Water Management Plan is the first one in the 129 years of Coconino County. So it is the first, but we're excited that this is setting again a precedent and a foundation for us to build on and have many more to follow. We had two main goals with this plan was to develop a plan for better sustainable water management. So in the operations from a dust amendment to all the different events. So how can we conserve water through that? How can we conserve water through infrastructure, both existing and improved? And then how can we also look for innovative ways in stormwater management, green infrastructure, rainwater harvesting? So there are two goals were to develop a plan to meet operations as well as stormwater, reduction of water, and then to provide a model for Coconino County to extend to our other facilities in county parks, I should say. Measures of success for us would be one, getting the Board of Supervisors approval of this plan as a foundational plan. And then this plan outlines ways that we can achieve reduction of 400 gallons annually, with the next steps to reduce water consumption at Fort Tuthill by 1 million gallons easily within a 3 to 5 year period through even innovative partnerships. So that was also part of the committee's goal was to identify cost-effective approaches as well, so that we can move forward even in times of uncertainty in regards to budgets. Updates from our September meeting. So some comments from you all was to incorporate more about the return on investment for each of the projects identified in the plan, and to be as accurate as possible with costs. And higher priorities should be given to projects that have the best return on investment in regards to financial costs. And then to establish benchmarks for gallon savings for installing sub-meters, irrigation, like rainwater systems, and then developing a methodology for baseload calculations, and then highlight more of the story of the Green Fund and how the Green Fund can be a mechanism for funding the various projects identified in this plan. And then being creative, Supervisor Jim Parks mentioned calcium carbonate could be mixed into the soil for equestrian arenas because this it reduces the amount of water needed. And so wanted to start with saying that many of these comments have been incorporated into the updated plan, but there's several aspects that are going to be an ongoing update. Cost is one piece of that. As we were working on getting costs with Tim Kinney, Julie Lead, and others, they highlighted it's good to use a range instead of a specific cost because there's so many variabilities, including soft costs of permitting that go into creating an estimate, a cost estimate with a project. But we wanted to give, again, the board and Parks and Rec a tool for making decisions. And so we did move forward with providing a cost, but through a spectrum, and costs are also very adaptive and variable depending on time. So right now, cost of materials is increased greatly. So getting cost estimates today, it could look very different in just a couple years than it does today. So we wanted to be as accurate and as transparent as possible, but also very realistic. And we talked about this plan, again, foundational, groundbreaking, and it's a phase 1 of this effort. And phase 2 is details for specific plans as we move forward with those. And then phase 3 is going back and updating. So it's just like many other plans, it's a living document that will continue to grow. So thank you again, Cynthia, for highlighting our amazing Water Advisory Committee members. This plan and this effort would not come together as comprehensively and articulate, I think, such a broad spectrum of water issues without the committee. Their expertise from boots on the ground to advocacy to policy making to their networks was extremely helpful in developing the plan, and they are not going away. The Water Advisory Committee, as part of their commitment to this effort, is going to continue to serve for 2 years and provide us feedback. We will, and I'll highlight this more towards the end, our reporting strategy for implementation, reporting back to you, the Board of Supervisors, and our county leadership, but also us as staff reporting to the Water Advisory Committee to get their feedback on next steps. So this will be a quarterly process. We, with the draft plan, had a great public outreach effort through social media, emails, and newsletters. I want to give a special thank you to Liz Krug from Parks and Rec for her help in getting it out in social media and out to the public. Some of the feedback that we've received, sorry, I'm pulling up that document right now, is so from Flag Extreme, Rachel Buzzard said, the plan sounds great. Flag X will be supportive wherever we can. And she threw in a little tidbit that she rainwaters or harvests rainwater at her house, her and Brian Buzzard, and actually know that system well because it went through our Sustainable Building Program certification. And so they are capturing it and using it for domestic use. And then Brian Bates also provided feedback. Overall, it's a good plan and appreciate the county taking an initiative to do the long-term planning. And the county should look at as much rainwater harvesting as possible. He mentioned we should look at cities' access to reclaimed water. So continuing that conversation. And then a comment from a woman, just an email, but no name. I did have some caution with regards to rainwater harvesting, and global weather changes have shown us to receive less water, so that we shouldn't necessarily count on an abundance of rainwater, and really focus on a conservation aspect as well, which we have done in the plan, but we'll continue to look into more opportunities and strategies. And then this comment also mentioned reclaimed water. So I continue discussion with that with the City of Flagstaff and county leadership as our water resources and water issues evolve. And then this person also commented with the 130 plus houses being added to Kachina, is drawing water for snow making the best use, especially again with global temps going up. And then the last comment I'm going to highlight is from Andre Guerrete. The plan looks reasonable and attainable. So just some comments we've heard back from the community, and we will definitely put that in our comment bank and moving forward. And as we revise and make amendments to the plan, take these into consideration. Water Advisory Committee feedback. We were hoping, Cynthia and I were hoping to have some of our Water Advisory Committee folks join us in today's presentation and give their feedback, so that we all just had an opportunity to hear from them. But unfortunately, work and family commitments made it not possible for I reached out to a few to join us. But overall, the Water Advisory Committee feedback has been great. They've been very involved in the development of the plan and also providing direction from our last meeting. Rob had concerns that we weren't highlighting the Lowell tank and the story of that enough to really show that it helped to shape the conversation. While we might not be using the Lowell tank today, it definitely provided us a visual tool as well as a tool for calculating. We used it for figuring out rainwater harvesting at the amphitheater, at the grandstands, at the commercial building. And so, yeah, there's just a lot of different pieces that can be incorporated into this plan. And so much so that, to be honest, was struggling on how and when can we finish. And I want to go in, yeah, so before I go into the next steps, so how and when can we finish? So not only was this groundbreaking for us as an organization, as I mentioned to Cynthia, while I've been involved in many plans and strategic plans, comprehensive plans, water efforts, this is my first sustainable water management plan that I'm proud to be part of developing and authoring. Yeah, as we get more information, we want to include it. We found out in this effort that we have a leak around the quad, potentially a substantial leak. And the cost to fix it is also potentially very substantial if we had to replace the whole utility. But right now, committee members are working on different alternatives, from abandoning part of the line to shutting down part of the line when it's not in operation. So there's just a lot of moving pieces that we will continue to move forward on, but we wanted to be accountable to you all. We wanted to get you the plan. We wanted to get it back in front of you so that you could see the work, see the effort. And I know the plan's not perfect, but we're working towards it, but it's good. And we're working towards it being not just a foundation, but some amazing walls and a ceiling to grow from. Next steps, so we are developing yearly action plans for this strategic water management plan. The title itself is a mouthful. The plan itself is pretty in depth, and we want to make it accessible for us to be transparent and moving forward. Again, being accountable to you all and to our community. And so we will be developing action, like a 1-page, a 2021 action plan, 2022 action plan that builds off of this plan and meeting these goals set forth within the plan, like rainwater harvesting off the amphitheater, for an example. And then we also talked about the need to develop a tracking method for the Green Fund and additional funding sources to implement the water plan projects. And so as money's going into the Green Fund from the snow making or the snow play area, we're going to start keeping track of that money and along with potential grants or public-private partnerships. And that way, as projects are being presented to you all for moving forward, we could also present what monies are available to support those projects. And then as Supervisor Babbitt had mentioned in the September meeting, the return on investment. So many of these projects come with a financial return on investment. And so hopefully that return on investment will provide some additional funding to move forward with other projects. And so we could keep compounding off of the work. And then we will be providing quarterly updates to the Water Advisory Committee on the plan's implementation. And we will be asking for their feedback and support as needed with our implementation focuses our plan, and then again boots in motion. And then we plan to present an annual update to the board and the community, but also looking forward to that, or forward for direction from you all on that, if you would want, you know, an update quarterly, or if an annual update is good. Yeah, how can we best keep you, the board, involved, informed, and getting your feedback as we move forward with these projects. Some of the projects that Cynthia has put together for moving forward, I'm pulling that up right now, is sorry, lots of moving pieces here. So FY21 projects identified is abandon and replace the section of old water pipe that is expected to be the cause of the largest amount of leakage near the historic quad. So Jeff Stein had a plan for that we are vetting right now, and feel that it could fall within existing Parks and Rec budget. Retrofit, another project is to retrofit irrigation to include zones for the amphitheater. You know, some areas are shaded more than others. Some areas need more water because of the plant species than others. So having it zoned accordingly. Replace a minimum of 10 hose bibs at the stables with more efficient. Replace a minimum of 5 toilets out at Fort Tot Hill with low flows, and replace at least 1 yard hydrant with a newer model depending on the cost. And then a goal of installing at least 2 sub meters depending on the cost. So these are just these are goals that Cynthia, through looking at her budget, looking at again return on investment, and vetting it with the Water Advisory Committee, felt that these were achievable goals to move forward with in FY21 with our current budgets, our current staffing and capacity, and knowing again, the huge, or the leak out at the quad, and how that does not fit within our stewardship goals, and how can we quickly address that in a timely way. And with that, I'll end there for looking forward for feedback and looking for approval ultimately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Amanda, for the report of all the work that's been accomplished so far. That's really great. Let me see if there are any questions or comments. Questions from board members? Comments? Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I put the sound on? Yes, I did.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, and actually I like this. It's not overwhelming, it's manageable, you know, as we saw on notes and on the feedback, and it helps to set a level of priority, which is really good. You know, the one piece that I'm kind of looking at is the way the plan's written, it could become static pretty quickly. You know, I don't know if I'm too late on this or not, but it might make sense to almost appendicize what your recommendations are, so that you have a way of putting an annual modification associated with it in it. You knock off one piece, and then what's the next objective that you're looking at? But not just that, as Fort Tuthill modifies, there might be a need to modify. You know, as you noted, Amanda, I like the idea that the intent is dynamic, and I'm just thinking it might help from a formatting perspective. Maybe it's too late to pull it off with this one, but it does beg for then you need to do updates like on an annual basis or something of that sort with that. But you know, I like how everybody was looking at certain pieces, see what the opportunities were, get a general idea of costs associated with it, and then you have an action list, which is pretty good. And then there are different ways that the people can participate in helping it out. I was looking at what was it? The recommended project, just getting people to put in toilets in their own households as a spinoff associated with this. You know, get a flag extreme pass or something of this sort was a pretty innovative idea, just of note associated with it. But I don't really have questions. I like, you know, what it's turned into, and I really do appreciate everybody's work that they did put forward with this.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Ryan. And I know that Amanda heard about the appendix, and so is it too late to take that suggestion, Amanda?
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I think that's an awesome idea, and it makes me think of our comprehensive plan. And we ended up doing that too with our comprehensive plan to just make it easier to go to. And when you mentioned that, Supervisor Ryan, I was like, oh yeah. We did that already. So yeah, I don't think it's too late, and I think it's a great suggestion, and thank you for that.
Great. Others?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Great. Well, I really appreciate the draft. I don't disagree with the appendix conversation or piece. So yeah, because I do. I look at what the money that's been coming in from the Green Investment Fund, and it's already going to, you know, work very significantly towards your work plan. So I do think it needs to be a more medium and long-term work plan included in that. And I think obviously all good efficiency conservation investments are driven by what that ROI, you take your easiest ones first, and obviously the leak detection, if in fact you are in that 4,000 to 5,500 gallons per day range, in one action, you've hit your 5-year target. And I think that goes exactly to what Matt's point is then it kind of, you need to keep it fresh. And so if you, if in fact you're in that range, I did the math at, even 4,000 gallons a day on that 6-inch line, you would offset 1,500,000 gallons a year, which when we approved Flag Snow Park snowmaking, that was the goal, is to make sure the headlines showed, not headlines, but that we told a story that we were using less after snowmaking than we were with snowmaking. It sounds like there's good confidence we're going to do that out of the gate. That's great news. How much is in the Green Investment Fund right now?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Babbitt, there's about $28,000 in the Green Fund right now.
Okay, great. So
and that's
we're
before
well
this season.
Okay, and then Jeff, was any of that 6-inch line part of the quad work that was done? The tie-ins to that the tie-ins to the 6-inch line?
I don't believe it wasn't part of the work that was done on the quad proper with the revitalization of the quad. This tie-in is expected to come off of, and don't hold me to this 100%, to come off of some of the water line that was installed for snow play. And so we would abandon a line that pretty much crosses the carnival lot, which is the area where they anticipate one of the most egregious pipes is at, where it's leaking. So we would abandon that section that is over the carnival lot, which makes sense when you think about all the, the carnival trucks and all that kind of traversing that area, working in that area. That makes sense that could be very well where the greatest water leakage is at. So we would tie into the new pipe that is going to Flag Snow Park and tie it into that. So that's the plan. And there's probably some more detail in there that, more technical stuff in there that I'm not feeling comfortable speaking to, but I can get that I can get more specific information for you, Supervisor Babbitt, if you like.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, I really appreciate it. Now it looks great. Really happy this is coming to fruition. This should not be an aberration. This should be how this county does its work. And so hopefully the future board is going to take what's being done here and replicate it, because there's a lot of room for improvement and building on a lot of great work with really involved community members. So thanks very, very much. Awesome. Looking forward to reading about this in years to come.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair,
yes, Supervisor.
Well, we have a green tank that some trash collector picked up and brought out to the park, and now we haven't. I'm worried about the costs associated with that particular tank. Is there any way we can have it deposited at Supervisor Babbitt's house?
Be careful. I'll take it in a heartbeat, but that would violate the gift clause.
That's right. No, actually, you look at the roofs and the analysis associated with the roofs, and we were worried about appearance at the grandstand for the racetrack. However, you look at the amphitheater roof, and you can hide it behind the amphitheater a little bit easier, since your audience only is looking from a different angle. So there are opportunities, you're right, associated with that. Madam Chair.
I would volunteer to pack it off out to Navajo Nation if you guys didn't want it.
There you go. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, I'd just like to appreciate Cynthia and the Amanda and all that worked on this plan. It is a really great plan that is being initiated at the Fort Tuthill. There's so much to do, but it really gives us guidance. So I just want to appreciate everyone. So thank you so much. It's been in the works for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Fowler. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you, Amanda. I do appreciate all the work. I appreciate the volunteers that are sitting on the advisory committee for their dedication and to provide, their perspective and, as you mentioned, their expertise on this subject. And also just want to again thank and recognize Supervisor Babbitt for his thought to collect that water tank and for it to be used at Fort Tuthill. So that was wonderful and very insightful. Are we ready to move forward with a possible action to approve the draft, or is that going to come back to us at a later date?
Madam Chair, our hope is to move, if you all felt comfortable, to move forward with approval today.
Okay.
And if possible, I just got an email from Julie Lead. Would it be okay to read it?
Oh, please.
Thank you. She said to please share these remarks with the board. She's not able to type this in the chat. So she says, Chair Archuleta and members of the board, I commend Amanda and Cynthia for their diligence, perseverance, and leadership in development of this plan. Every idea and suggestion was welcomed, discussed, and considered. They provided the framework for this process while allowing the committee to steer where the plan was headed and identify the key priorities. We had a diverse committee and meetings were well attended. Amanda has done a great job capturing the discussions in the report in front of you today. This is a great example of good public process. Thank you for providing the platform to participate. Well, that was nice.
that was very nice. Thank you very much, Julie. And I see that she is on, but is not able to unmute at this particular time. So we do thank you for taking the time to sending the email and appreciate very much your volunteerism. Supervisor Ryan, did you have something?
Madam Chair, I was going to suggest that Supervisor Babbitt make the motion associated with this one. He's done a lot of work to help lead the activity here.
Excellent. Supervisor Babbitt, did you want to make the motion or make any additional comments along with the motion?
No, I'm good. Sure, appreciate that, Matt. Just move that we approve the Fort Tuthill County Park Water Conservation Initiative management plan as presented, understanding that there may be some tweaks with appendices on the work plan going forward.
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Great. Well, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. So congratulations, Amanda. Congratulations, Cynthia.
Thank you so
very
much
for the work.
Thank you all.
And the tremendous amount of appreciation to Amanda, because you've seen the document, and it really is her authorship and her craftsmanship at the ability to consolidate all the information that was pulled together. And anyway, she did an outstanding job. So my gratitude to Amanda as well.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, board members.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Well,
Madam
we
Chair.
are going to, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, just for all the volunteers on the committee, wonderful. But Ellen Parrish is District 4 Parks and Rec Commissioner for her work. Just an appreciation for being involved from the commission level. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Okay, well then with that, we'll go on to item number 11. This is a presentation discussion regarding a review and updates made to the amphitheater RFP request for proposal. And Cynthia, you're going to introduce this item, so welcome.
Okay, yes, thank you again, Chair Archuleta, members of the board. Our next item for discussion is the amphitheater RFP. And this board has heard this item on a couple of times over the course of the fall mainly. And so this afternoon, we will be talking about the next draft, the next iteration, which includes the input that we heard from you in November. In addition, the board, I will mention that, this plan, the idea was to create a plan that was well vetted by this board and to have a document that the incoming board would know that was well vetted by this group, and then they could review and hopefully feel comfortable and release it in January or February of next week. Our goal is to have the RFP on the street no later than February 2021 with a contract in hand by June of 2021. So I don't want to get too ahead of the presentation, so I'll leave it at that and hand it over to Tim Schultz, who will present, and then we'll both be available to answer any questions. So Tim, I'll leave it in your hands. There we go.
Okay, Cynthia, hang on one second. I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty and I don't see a screen. Is there a screen you're starting to trying to share?
Yes, I'm bringing it up right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I think I had to rejoin so that I could take control.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, Chair Archuleta and members of the board. My name is Tim Schultz, and I'm the events coordinator and help manage the amphitheater partnership for the Parks and Rec Department. Did that pop up?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you. We are here today to talk about the third draft of the amphitheater request for proposal. I will provide a brief background, review the board's direction from the November work session, review the updated draft request for proposal, review the interim booking process, and review the timeline moving forward. In offering a background of the amphitheater, it was constructed in 2006. Our Entertainment was the second contractor to operate the amphitheater and held the contract through November 15th of 2020. In August, the board elected not to pursue a second 5-year renewal option with Our Entertainment. Staff has worked with stakeholders for input on the RFP. On September 22nd, the board provided input on the first draft of the RFP. And on November 14th, the board provided input on the second draft. Now I'd like to focus on the board's direction from the November work session. The first topic of conversation was regarding alcohol percentage. In the updated draft RFP, we have indicated that financial models shall include a percentage of alcohol sales. After further research into Prop 207, we found that marijuana sales may only happen at registered establishments. Lastly discussed was social distancing. In the RFP, we did address public health measures, included venue capacities, and state that an operating plan will need to be submitted to Coconino County Health and Human Services prior to the first event. Staff is also capturing the square footage for the different areas of the amphitheater, and those measurements will be included in the RFP. Another topic discussed in November was how the department would handle bookings until the... Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go ahead and ask a question as we go along. So for the alcohol sales, so it says a portion should be included, but there is no direction in terms of a minimum amount or a certain percentage, or can you fill in the blanks there?
Yes, absolutely. From the previous presentations, what we've really heard from the board is that they want a non-prescriptive RFP. And so that's why we have included that language shall, which was brought up by Supervisor Babbitt during the last work session. But we did not want to be prescriptive and put a number in there and leave it up to the respondents to come up with how they plan to share part of that alcohol percentage.
And Madam Chair, I'll also add that we, based on previous feedback, we did provide information in the RFP that talks about the value of what it would cost a private entity to acquire a special event liquor license. We gave the figure of about $100,000 of value. And then as Tim says, we were trying not to be too prescriptive.
Right. So, and what does that cost us?
It costs the county, I believe, like $150 or something like that. It really is minimal in comparison.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I guess I'm trying to understand, like, in terms of that value. So, I mean, we have it, we're the holders of that, and then they sell under that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. When we submit for the government series 105, I believe is what it is, liquor license, we put in who is managing the business of selling it and serving it and that sort of thing. And so that entity is also included in the application.
And so you're achieving that value by, is that what it would cost if a private entity had to purchase a license?
Correct. License aren't given out just any time someone asks for one, a commercial liquor license.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens when, and it comes under one's name. And so when an organization or an individual relinquishes their liquor license, others can buy it.
That's when they come available.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you're saying that that would be the actual cost of it. Like it's basically market. What the market will bear.
And it's the last time we looked, it was around $100,000. So not inexpensive.
So we'd be trying to recapture or capture some of that value.
Yes.
And that's in there, the 100, I mean, that's all of that is explained in there, the value of it, what the value is.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Archuleta. All right. Another topic discussed in November was how the department would handle bookings until a new contractor was brought on. For these interim bookings, we will use the existing process for special events. First, we'll go through and confirm the annual returning events. For new events, we'll have the initial contact. Typically, this will be a phone call where staff gather information about the event and make sure the event is a good fit for the location. Then we'll have the interested party come out for a site visit. During the site visit, Parks and Recreation staff is able to go over all the information that is required in the application. Once an application is submitted, there will be an internal review done by Parks and Recreation staff. Then staff will reach out to the potential event, addressing any conditions, logistics, or COVID plan items that came up during the review process. When staff is comfortable that all of these items of the event have been covered, a permit would be created for the event. We have also made a note in the RFP that Parks and Recreation staff will be booking events for the 2021 season. Staff will work with the new independent contractor to create a transition plan for those scheduled events during contract negotiations. To continue with the interim booking process, I'd now like to highlight a few of the current board-approved rates from our fee schedule. Staff will have the ability to collect on the following fees: a $2 per ticket sold facility fee, 30% of gross alcohol sales. The rental rate for a ticketed event is $1,200 per day, and for a non-ticketed event is $600 for the first 8 hours and $200 an hour after the initial 8. Pending on the event, other special event fees may apply.
Madam Chair, just quickly.
Sure, go ahead, Matt.
Julian, can you let Art in on his phone?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm sorry. I was struggling to find a mute button. I will do that right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Okay. For the last section of the presentation, I'd like to talk about our path forward. The following timeline was chosen by the board during the September meeting. This board is setting the stage for the new board with input and a well-vetted RFP. Today, we are here sharing the latest draft RFP and seeking any additional input. On January 5th, the new board will have the opportunity to review and provide input. On February 2nd, we'll have an additional board meeting and potential release of the RFP, with the goal of releasing the RFP in February of 2021. Then in April, staff plans to review the proposals and select a recommended proposal, with the plan of then meeting with the board in April or May to review proposals, staff recommendations, possible negotiation points, and COVID-19 protocols, all with the hopes of having a board-approved contract in June. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions or comments?
Great, thanks, Tim. Can you go back a couple slides to that meeting in January where the new board? Okay, so that is the earliest meeting in January. I was just thinking if there was a way to. Okay, so that meeting February 2nd, the January 5th and the February 2nd, that February 2nd is just basically releasing, that's additional input. I'm just trying to see if we can shave off like a month and, you know, try to get, I mean, I really want to see something issued if we could, you know, like earlier in June, or even May. I mean, it seems like June, we're already into the summer season. So tell me about the February 2nd meeting.
So thank you, Chair Archuleta. In our last presentation that we did in November, that was one comment that was brought up that you'd like the RFP to be brought to the new board on the two different meetings. Certainly, if you wish, the February 2nd can be an if needed meeting. And if the new board feels that the January 5th version of the RFP is ready for release, we could proceed down that route.
Yeah, why don't we do this? Why don't we put down when we notice that meeting, why don't we put that February 2nd, it could be like input and possible action. And that way, if we take action at that meeting on the 2nd, then that's what we do. If we have to, if there's still much more input and we have to wait till like another meeting in February, then we'll do that. But I think we should notice that as possible action.
Madam Chair, so just so that I'll be preparing that on base items. So are we saying that January 5th is review of RFP, provide input and possible action, or would that happen in February? Because February could just be a placeholder for now. And if the new board is happy with the discussion in January, that would certainly give us a leg up.
Sure. Yeah, I think from this point on, you can just announce it that way, and we'll.
Perfect.
I mean, obviously, action will be taken eventually on it, but if we can take action sooner, then that would be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Just add, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, just to go along with the mechanics associated with it, it might. Be, you know, and I figure you guys are anticipating this, but it might be good to do a little extra TLC with the new board members, because it's action like starting day one, potentially. So just you know, it's something to think about and suggest that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. That's a really good idea.
Any other comments? And then I think probably just seeing, you know, what changes need to be made to make sure we're walking this path forward. Vice Chair Fowler?
Yes, I was just thinking about the timeline, and I really like that suggestion. So maybe when the as soon as it may be good to have one-on-one with the new elected supervisors, so that they have a better understanding and give them the background and bring them up to date, so they may be comfortable for action if we were to do that, because you know this is a time sensitive project that we're working on, because the longer we pushed into the summer, should we be able to have events during the summer, it's important to give notice earlier than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Supervisor Babbitt, did you have comment, questions?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, thanks. So just two quick things. So I definitely support the, you know, more aggressive time frame, although I won't be here for this. You know, I just look at what is anticipated for the vaccine schedule, and it is 40 to 60 million people a month starting in January. That will put us, you know, obviously there's large question marks, but, you know, assuming that is the consensus that is being driven, we will be at 60% herd immunity levels, possibly by, you know, late spring. And so there is a very reasonable chance at this stage that there will be a, you know, a very different reality. There's no guarantees, but a very different reality than we are now. And so I think the more aggressive schedule is absolutely important. I think there is going to be incredible pent-up demand for music. And so I would encourage this board to, even if it is a special session right after January 5th, just get it done. Because I think, you know, based on Moderna's latest results and AstraZeneca, they're, you know, it's 40 to 60 million a month starting in January. So it's going to change. And then with that in line, you know, is there, I'm assuming we will have some super clear guidance that's saying if we start hitting those herd immunity, that they know what the path forward is, and things like social distancing requirements and special plans start falling by the wayside. Just, you know, to some degree, obviously based on what public health folks say. And then the last question, or the question is do you have any flexibility in the short term non-RFP awarded event world to streamline that application? So it's just a flat fee, super easy, or are these adopted fees and they have to go, you know, as you propose? But in general, super happy about how responsive you've been on the board's comments, and just can't encourage y'all enough to move this thing very quickly, because there's going to be a lot of pent-up demand for live music.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt. To my understanding, the fees that we do have that I presented today are board approved fees that we would need to follow.
Okay, thanks.
So that means that we've already, is there an extra step in the process of approving them, or they are already approved? I guess I'm just trying to understand from Supervisor Babbitt's question to your answer.
Absolutely, Chair Archuleta. These are current fees that are on our fee schedule. So these are board approved fees. They do not need further approval. We are able to charge these prices right now and have these charges.
Super. Okay, so there won't be any delay in that. County Manager Jane, did you have something?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to offer that, so we do have, as was stated by staff, we do have an hour scheduled on January 5th at 1:15, so it's a time certain item for the follow-up and the presentation to the new board, again, January 5th at 1:15. We could expand that longer than an hour if that's what's desired. But a reminder, we also have the evening of January 12th, where we do not currently have any public hearings that evening by community development. So we could have, we do have an opportunity, Madam Chair, for the evening of the 12th, if there was some follow-up required out of the January 5th discussion. You could do it the next week, and perhaps that expedites the process. As was noted by Director Nemeth, there is some time scheduled and blocked on February 2nd. That could be held as a fallback. But again, I'd encourage the board to consider the 5th and then potentially the 12th.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, and just looking at that schedule and just looking at if we want to put a season together, and I certainly, understand that, people will be, providing with the vaccine and people can kind of move around, then the people will be anxious to attend events, but at the same time, the booking of the talent, hearing that it takes, months, if not a year in advance. And so just trying to make sure that we get a jump start on that and try to put a season together, half a year, and then an entire season for the following year. It would be good just to do this sooner than later. So I appreciate that. County Manager Jane, any way we can arrange it on the schedule, maybe just have it as a running agenda item on our next meeting so we can get this done would be great. Supervisor Ryan, did you have something?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jimmy, going to, and I saw the answer that Tim provided with the Prop 207. I realized that in retrospect. Yeah, it's associated with the already existing dispensaries in terms of sales, but it does beg the question. You were going to explore Prop 207 in a broader sense associated with the county. There will be a piece of acknowledging that it's legal to consume different marijuana products, etc. But it also begs for, some level of control associated with it. I'm not that I'm trying to, just get in there and let's try and manage, but so much as, I could see we already have smoking areas set up. Are there separate smoking areas? It just begs the question of where are we with those type of discussions, and there may be implications associated with that. And it's an indirect associated with this one for those that manage this. I would anticipate concert behaviors would be similar, but it's an area to consider now that it's a legalized component.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's a great point, Supervisor Ryan. We do have a roundtable discussion scheduled mid-December with all of the interested stakeholders in the county, specifically to discuss the implementation of 207. And this will be an issue, Tim, that we can add to that discussion, and Cynthia, to make sure that we include that as a topic of discussion. And Rose is on. That's not something we have to wait till then necessarily, Mr. Ryan, to further pull apart as we're planning for January 5th and potentially January 12th. So it's a great.
Mm-hmm. Any other discussion or comments on this one? Questions? Okay, Cynthia, anything else that you need?
No, Madam Chair, I think that we are set. Tim, how do you, I mean, did we miss anything that you can think of?
No, nothing that I can think of. I think that gives us good direction for the January meeting.
Yep, well, I think we're set, Chair Archuleta. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, super. Thank you for bringing this back to us and for taking the board's input and making some changes to it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
we are going to go. Hey, why don't we take just a very quick break? Why don't we take 5 minutes and take a little water break? And because we're going well on our schedule here. So let's take, actually, why don't we take just about 8 minutes and stretch a little, get some water, restroom break, and we'll come back in 8 minutes. That'll be 2:35, please. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. The board took about a 7-minute break and we are back for our next item. This is a presentation. We're on item number 12, presentation and discussion of the monthly budget update for November. And our finance director, Siri Mullaney, is here to present this item. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the presentation.
Okay. We can see it.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you very much. We are in December, but this is our November financial update. And just a reminder, this is for information purposes as we just share updates on what we're seeing from the county's finance and our revenues and year-to-date activities. So this is our November 2020 update. And each time that we've given a monthly update, we've tried to focus on what's important for that month or what are the trends that we're seeing and share the information that seems most relevant for this period. So we're looking through period 4, which is activity that was through our close of period 4, which is October. And so that's the information you're going to see. And we've structured it by fund. So we'll talk about the general fund first, and then we'll go into some of our major funds. And I'm going to go ahead and actually switch my screens because it looks like I am sharing not just the presentations. So, okay, are you seeing the presentation and the notes or the presentation?
So what I see is the presentation, and then I see where it says next slide. So it's not like really in power. It's not really in presentation format. It's like in format.
With my 2 monitors, I never get it right. So I'm going to try it again.
Yeah, sure. You had changed it back and then it went back again to notes. So. There you go.
All right, let's try that.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, good. Thank you for bearing with me. One of these things, I'm going to have to just put a sticky note on my computer of which screen to stick it on. So we're going to start with the general fund through period 4. And our first slide has general fund revenues. And there's really a lot to unpack on here. And the bottom line looks a little bit different than actually when we dig into the details. So county sales tax, we've continued to update the board on our county sales tax as we've gone through time. So it should be no surprise that as we have our most recent information, which is sales that occurred in September, cumulatively we're down 4.5% compared to last fiscal year. Property taxes are actually up compared to last fiscal year, but a reminder, this is just a timing issue. We're not going to collect more than our levy. And in fact, given some of the information that Treasurer Benatar has presented in the past, we expect this to be because some full payments are coming in a little bit earlier from mortgage companies and things, but that after we get through the December period, when usually the full year of tax payments are received, that we should see this start to level out and really swing the other direction when we're comparing to the prior year. And we may actually end up with a higher delinquency rate, meaning we're collecting a little bit less than our levy compared to prior fiscal years. So we're going to continue to monitor this. It's good preliminary news, but of course we don't expect that to hold, and we cannot collect more than our levy. So it won't result in any higher revenue by the end of the reporting period of fiscal year 21. Vehicle license taxes, we have more information on this when we get to the HERF major fund, but we are up compared to prior years. Again, this is one that as time goes on, we will expect it to start to level out and in fact drop below prior levels because there had been some pent up demand activity in the numbers and some really high accelerated purchases. But of course, vehicles, only so many are purchased in a time frame. And so we do expect that we will continue to see this flip directions and get closer to prior years or even potentially drop below FY20 as we move through time. But we'll continue to monitor that and we'll talk about it a little bit more on a future slide. And then we just have some timing issues on our forest fee revenue. So really when we look at other taxes, once again, by the end of the fiscal year, we expect that to be equal to at least fiscal year 20. But we will not continue to see a huge variance when comparing to the prior fiscal year. So that's our tax section. On intergovernmental revenues, our state shared sales tax is up. We have another month of data in state shared sales tax. And so our cumulative cumulative to date is an increase of 2.1% compared to last year at this time. But again, I just want to note that a lot of that is going to be the new marketplace sales that are in the tax base. So really, if we were to do a comparison of the same industries that we were receiving state shared sales tax on, we would see a decline. And we have a slide that shows that a little bit more and the impact of marketplace sales on our tax revenues. Then we have a budget for PILTs, and we did have a small adjustment to our PILT last year that came in, but we don't typically receive this until later in our fiscal year. And then COVID federal reimbursements, which really is uncertain. So we have a budget estimate in here right now, but we do expect that the timing of our federal reimbursements to be extended. And so we could receive things into fiscal year 22 or even fiscal year 2023, just depending on the nature of the pandemic, how long expenses continue to move forward, and then of course, how long it takes to review and finalize the reimbursements. So to date, this fiscal year, we have not received any reimbursements, but we have received some that were accrued back to last fiscal year. So they wouldn't show up in this chart because they were at the end of last fiscal year. And then primarily our other governmental are lottery revenues that have since come in, but we wouldn't have received them through period 4. And then our elections. So we'll be holding and really paying attention to the other intergovernmental revenues that come in as a result of the elections charges to other entities. So we wouldn't see very much in that year to date either, and hope that those will then pick up as time moves forward. On our charges for services, we did change the way that we collected our indirect costs from the health district. And so we previously had done a monthly assessment for indirect costs, similar to how we collect indirect costs from other payers. But for the health district this year, there was a change to collect those dollars at the end of the fiscal year, just based on more of an ability to pay versus a calculated indirect contribution. Just because it would result in a transfer going one way and then support going the other way eventually, as now the mandates and the mandated expenses in the health district have increased and are going to lower their ability to provide dollars back to the general fund to cover the cost of indirects for internal services. When we look at other charges for services, we're down, and we're going to continue to see that to be down for a while. That's not one that we expect to be timing or to necessarily have a catch up in this fiscal year. It's really related to our court activity, although our revenue in our recording is up. They've experienced a rate increase, and then as well as increases in their recording activity that they've shared with us. Licenses and permits, we've seen really strong community development activity throughout the rest of the downturn. And so we can see that in those numbers, we're up 6.8% compared to the first 4 periods of fiscal year 2020. Fines and forfeits also follow with what we've seen in some of our other charges for services, and it's justice courts revenue that is down comparatively. In other miscellaneous revenue, we did have a higher purchasing card rebate than we've experienced in prior years. And so that has led to our increase there. And so that's good news. And that is something that we should continue to just note as we go through the year. It won't change, but it is the result of the P card rebate being higher. And then investment income. And this is something we'll see in all of our funds as well, that our investment income is lower, has been lower. One, we have a lower invested balance, and then just the amount that we have been recording as investment income in all of our funds has been lower than we've seen last year at this time. So the bottom line, that 4.8%, I just want to point out, it's definitely misleading because we need to consider the impact of property taxes that will not end up being above the prior fiscal year by the end of the year. So that's about $700,000. And also the other taxes, because again, it's really related to timing. So it looks a little more positive when we pull it all together, but when we consider the timing impacts of things, I just want to caution that overall, we are still expecting our fiscal year 2021 revenues to be below our pre-pandemic levels in a lot of these categories. So we do have a new quarter worth of data for local sales tax. So again, this is just a reminder of how we have tracked by quarter. So quarter compared to the prior quarter comparison of growth or decline. And So going back to when we were in our Great Recession period, the declines we saw there and kind of the shape of that compared to what we're seeing now. So now we saw a very significant dip during the shutdown period when we compare to the prior quarter, and it has softened a little bit. But again, this does have an additional baseline in it for the marketplace sales. So adjusting for that, we would expect to see this to be a little bit lower down as far as a percentage compared to prior quarters. And that is also shown in this table as we look by category. There's also some interesting information in our local sales tax by category that we haven't seen previously that I want to point out. So one, the retail number looks really strong if we were to just isolate our retail number. But in digging into this information, because we are comparing to the prior month a year ago, so retail compared to September of 2019 is up 17%. But when we really look at the details, it looks like we just had a low September 2019 that we're comparing to. So when we compare September to say August and July, we did not see a very large increase in our local sales tax revenue from retail sales. It just happens to be that we're comparing against a period that had something going on that caused it to be lower than it typically would be. And we also see our prime contracting has had a different impact than we have noticed throughout. So prime contracting had been strong, had been really strong, again, throughout when all the other categories were hitting their lows. But we see an interesting number for September being down 20%. Again, this is another one that is misleading. We happen to have a very unusually low September 2019. So again, the prime contracting, when we really dig into it, is not as concerning, but it's definitely a risk because it is slightly lower than we've seen in some of these months. And then it's also compounded by the fact that we're comparing against a really high September the prior year. And then I just want to point out here, if we do a base-to-base comparison for our local sales tax, and we look at the industries that were in, that were subject to our local sales tax in fiscal year 20, and then in fiscal year 2021, we're really down 8%, but we've received a bump from the new marketplace sales. So that's a new tax base, but really, again, just this fiscal year to date, for sales made in July, August, and September, which is the data we have, we're actually down 8.4%. We don't have the same level of detail on state shared, but certainly we would also see something similar. And it's important to note retail sales tend to be a much higher component of state shared sales tax revenue, whereas our local sales tax is much more dependent upon restaurant, bars, amusement, and transient lodging categories. And therefore, we believe that the marketplace is having an even larger impact percentage-wise on state shared. And that's why we're seeing that to have flipped to a positive year-to-year comparative state shared amount of revenue. And we'll see that as we look again quarterly. So we did have a decline, but really we are up compared to where we were one quarter prior for fiscal year 2021 first quarter. But if we were to take into account those marketplace sales, we think that we would be below this positive percentage and really be comparing more on a negative if we were to compare the same industries. On the expense side of our general funds, I want to point out that from our personnel perspective, we're down compared to last year. We're capturing more vacancy savings, and the work of the Vacancy Review Board to help meet the vacancy savings target has been really important, and it's been effective. And we are on track to meet the target that was built into the budget as far as vacancy savings. But it, of course, requires continued work. So we've captured vacancies to date, and we need to continue to capture those vacancies in order to maintain those targets. We also have adjusted the budget in operating and travel for fiscal year 21 as a result of the meetings with departments on their budgets, but we're also trending lower. And no surprise, travel has really dropped significantly compared to our traditional levels. And so year to date, we're trending lower in both operating and in travel. And then as a separate line, we have our general fund COVID personnel and operating. Just as a reminder, tying back to that revenue side of things, we are expending dollars from the general fund using our emergency reserve dollars towards some of our COVID response efforts, and then we will be waiting for reimbursement for whatever expenses are deemed allowable, and then the 75% in the future. But for now, we are continuing to expend dollars from the general fund, and we have those separated out as their own category. Then moving on to our major funds, again, this is through period 4. And in the jail district, we see county sales tax that, of course, trends identical to what we see in our general fund sales tax. It's the same base, and so we would have the same impacts by industry as well. There's not a lot of note within the other revenue categories as far as things that we think will be positive or not positive trends for the year, with the exception of investment income, where we are, again, continuing to trend lower than last year at this time. So we'll keep watching that and see what happens with that through the year. The jail district has also then been able to adjust to their county sales tax decline by having personnel savings. They've had some vacant positions that are helping to offset that impact on the sales tax end of things. And again, travel, have not expended any travel. They don't typically have a lot of trouble in the jail district, but it has definitely been another area of savings as well for them. When we bundle the transportation and the road maintenance sales tax funds together, we see a little bit different picture. So the second line, the county sales tax, is also in line with what we're seeing for general fund county sales taxes. But our highway user revenue is up compared to last fiscal year. And we've dug into this in previous presentations, and I have another slide on here. But just a reminder that the vehicle license tax flow through into this revenue source is really what is causing this. So VLT has been really high. And we can see that in our third line as well. We're really up 20% compared to fiscal year 20 at this point. However, that's flowing into the HERF as well. But we'll see in our next slide that that is starting to trend down to a more normal level. So we won't expect that to hold for the rest of the year, but we may experience a little bit of a bump up this fiscal year because of the early activity that was very high. We have some timing on the BIA road maintenance, so we do not typically receive revenues at this point. When we look at licenses and permits, we are exceeding last year when we look at grading permits, which is likely tied to some of the construction activity that we've also seen in our sales tax revenue, but we are up in licenses and permits, down in investment income, just like with our other funds. And this is another area that has experienced savings and has been adjusting. They did see a decline in her revenue last year as well. So we'll see how they do tend to follow a different trend for operating and capital expenses. And so those may normalize through the year compared to the prior fiscal year, but right now have been down a little bit. So looking at HERF, this is the quarter to quarter comparison. We can really see, they did drop significantly at the start of the pandemic period. And then compared to one quarter prior, they jumped right back up. And that really is the vehicle license flow through. When we just isolate the gas tax portion of this revenue stream, it does continue to be down based on the information we're receiving from the state on the revenue categories that are part of the distribution. And here's vehicle license tax. We do have an extra month of data on vehicle license tax, and we can see that we were up significant percentages, 15%, 32%, 28%. And now, we seem to be heading back towards that baseline. And we were expecting that eventually this bubble, might represent some of the demand that dropped in this time frame. But if we think of the main drivers of vehicle license tax being vehicle sales, it makes sense that the demand over time will hopefully at least stay at a normal average, but that we're really making up for some of the demand in this period is likely. And we may even fall below than our prior fiscal year 20 line as we get more data. So we'll continue to monitor that as well, but it is something we're building into our forecast as our expectation that, of course, we would not be maintaining such high levels comparatively of vehicle license tax revenue. And then our public health services district. So we're seeing the same impact on early paying of property taxes for those that are paying the full amount prior to the December deadline. And so that's similar to what we saw in the general fund. But again, we're only going to collect only up to our levy. We won't exceed it. And so over time, we'll see this percentage as far as a comparison to the prior year start to flatten out. And again, perhaps depending on delinquencies, fall short of prior year collections just from timing. Our charges for services really represent immunization and clinic activity that has declined during this first quarter compared to last year. We do expect that to start picking back up as those services have resumed. And then also, again, as a percentage, it looks high investment income, but it again is typical of what we've been seeing in our investment income so far. So we're going to continue to monitor that. Personnel, the public health services, this is again compared to last year at this time, so they're down a little bit. They have had some vacancies. They've also had some expenses that have been charged against that general fund COVID response. And so it's a combination of factors. Operating also looks a little different when just on the surface, but when we dig into it, of course, we have the corresponding impact of the indirect costs not going to the general fund on the same time. So just as on the general fund, we saw a change in the revenue for indirects from the public health services, we also don't see the corresponding operating expense being charged. And so that's really what makes up that decline. And at the end of the year, we will evaluate the ability of the public health services to contribute towards indirect costs just based on their net activity. And then the last thing we wanted to just present is that we have some upcoming risks in our numbers. So holiday retail sales is one that we don't know what they'll look like. There's been mixed reviews. A lot of what we've heard is that there's a lot of pent up demand and that we may have a more typical holiday sales period, which would be great, but we won't know that information until about the February timeframe when we get December sales. So we're going to be monitoring that prime contracting. As we saw, we had both a decline, and then we also were comparing against a really high prior period. But we want to make sure we're just monitoring, and because if that one does start to have negative comparable revenues and prime contracting slows down, that has really been one of the saving factors within our sales tax categories. So that can impact us as well. Tourism recovery, because we are so heavily reliant on that for our local sales tax, which impacts general fund, it impacts jail district and road maintenance. It's important to monitor what's going on with tourism, and really another factor of that may just be our snow season, because our tourism does tend to continue to be strong in our winter months, tied to what's going on with snow activity. So we want to make sure that we're just aware that that is a risk that could continue if we also don't have much of a snow season. And then unemployment, with unemployment benefits being modified in the future, and just again, as activity changes, or as people are continuing to stay home with the more recent surge, could unemployment then flow through into some of our other revenues? And so we'll be watching that. And on the expenditure side, I'm going to flip these. So we have, other mandates that are on the horizon, and we haven't seen any relief in our expenses of our restoration to competency. So we are on track to have another pretty high year of expenses in that we need to plan for moving forward. And some of our other mandates, in particular, our access and Altex, as there have been some federal relief for those programs during the pandemic, we expect them to jump back up when they return to a county obligation in the future. So we'll be monitoring that. And then I did want to turn it over to Director Philpott to talk a little bit more about the minimum wage increase that's coming. She's got some information on the staff affected by that and the plan. So hopefully Erica is on.
Hi, Siri. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Erica Philpott, Human Resources Director. I am working with Siri. HR is working with Finance and the County Manager's Office, and we are drafting several scenarios to look at the minimum wage increase. As you know, the Flagstaff minimum wage is increasing from $13 an hour to $15 an hour, effective on January 1st of 2021. And then the following year will be going up to $15.50 in January 1st of 2022. So this jump that we are working toward in January 1st of 2021 is a $2 an hour jump. And so we're working through several scenarios to look at how to most effectively and most cost effectively address that rise in minimum wage. So our lowest grade for regular employees right now is grade 6. And grade 6 starts at $14.97 an hour. There are 63 employees in grade 6, and there are 22 employees in grade 6 at the minimum of $14.97. There are 9 titles in that grade, and about half of that grade ends up being funded out of the jail district because detention support specialist is located in that grade. So we are looking at all of those factors and working through those different scenarios so that we can have a plan to move forward for January. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and if the board has any questions for Siri as well.
Okay, thank you. I see that Supervisor Ryan may have a question. Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, Erica, I know you're putting it together, but do you have any ballpark impact that we're looking at on this?
Sure, Supervisor Ryan. We are looking at a couple different scenarios about how much we can lead the new minimum wage. Right now, we're leading the minimum wage by $1.97 and trying to be fiscally cautious. Well, there are a lot of unknowns, but we're looking at scenarios, and some of those scenarios would be just over $50,000 recurring, and then, of course, scenarios less than that. And we're working with the Sheriff's Office and also with Health and Human Services to look at the impact to all of the individual funds.
Okay. But you don't know overall what that will be because you're still working through it.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And then Siri, although I'm sitting here thinking, well, online sales, it depends on where the online sale occurs. But when you were talking about the holiday retail sales, it just begged that question of, do we even attempt to track that? I don't know if we've ever thought about it since we just had that as a new added revenue source also. And then the fact that, do we have many online sales here? And what type of impact would that be? There are some of the curiosity factors. I doubt you have that, but just curious about that and something to think about.
Yes, and, thank you, Supervisor. It's a good question. I believe, though, that part of what is looked at in the online sales is actually the point of receipt. So if people within the county are ordering online, then there would be revenue coming back through our local sales tax to reflect that they are now licensed as vendors within Coconino County and are remitting sales tax to the county based on the area of the order, which is good for us.
Mm-hmm. Provided we make sales here. Yes. So yeah, it's I'm curious, in the future, and maybe there won't be a way of tracking it for a bit, but if there is, it's just one of those curiosity factors because, we're having a trend that's shifting away from, brick and mortar and sales associated with brick and mortar. There are patterns that we're going to have to pay attention to and consider in the future here. Thank you.
Right.
So, go ahead. Go ahead, Siri. Did you want to add anything else to that?
Just if there's any other questions on the information, and a reminder that we are working towards a January deeper dive into updates on the 10-year plans and setting the stage really for fiscal year 22 budget development.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I think just, is it January then or before January, will we have just in terms of the $2 minimum wage increase, we'll have a better understanding of how many employees that impacts and the total amount of that?
Correct. Yes, it goes into effect on January 1st. So we should have information shortly, final information. And Erica, if you want to add.
Yes, Chair Archuleta. So in looking at those scenarios, we're looking at the impact to the funds and also to individual people. So we'll have more information as we work through those scenarios about how many people will be affected. But certainly those 22 people who are presently at the entry, they will need to be increased. And then we will be looking at the rest of the people in grade 6 as we look at compression and make sure that we maintain equity within that grade.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else for either Siri or Erica? All right, we'll appreciate the information and we'll stay tuned for the January one. Okay, we're going to go on to item number 13. This is an update, discussion, and possible action regarding the Coconino County's response to COVID-19 pandemic and continued discussion on this. And I have, first of all, I think we will have DCM, Deputy County Manager Marie Peoples, I believe, who may introduce this item. And then Kim, or is it going to be Kim, County Manager Jane, is it going to be Kim that's going to give the update today?
Yeah, Madam Chair, DCM Peoples is out today, so interim HHS Director Kim Musselman will be giving the update. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. All right, Kim, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. I will just get my screen shared up here. Okay, are you able to see that now?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So good afternoon. Back to share some data with you regarding our COVID numbers. As you are all fully aware, it has continued. We have continued to see very large spikes in our numbers. Just to share a piece with you here, this is from our week ending November 21st. So this was actually the week ending prior to Thanksgiving, to the Thanksgiving holiday. You see that we ended the week with a total of 540 confirmed positive cases, giving us a case rate of 376.4 per 100,000. You can see our total numbers over here of confirmed and probable cases at just under 7,500 as of yesterday's numbers. Of course, the breakout for Flagstaff and the various zip codes, including, so Flagstaff totaling 4,355 of those 7,400 cases, tribal communities just over 2,000, Page at 552, Williams at 162, Grand Canyon Village, Tucson at 80, and other areas throughout the county at 175. Our total negative tests is at 64,533, which is very representative of our total number of testing that has been occurring in the county. And then of course, our COVID-19 deaths, we are currently at a total of 162, which is approximately 2% of our total cases, and total hospitalizations at 752. And currently, as of yesterday, we're sitting at 10. For the same week ending the 21st, this is the community transmission. As I already indicated with respect to the current incident rate, the percent positivity is at 8% and COVID-like illness incidents at 7.1%. That puts us at the state metrics in the moderate level of community transmission. Although, as we've discussed on several occasions, our case rate is 3 times the amount at over 376 per 100,000. The percent positivity at the week ending 11/21 had gone down just slightly. We had been just over 10%, and as of week ending November 21st, we were at 8%, and that is reflective of the incredible volume of testing that we did that week as well. And then the COVID-like illness, as we've continued to share with you, this continues to be a concern simply because our major hospitals are not actually reporting into this number. We continue to speak at our health officers meetings and every opportunity we get with the state in terms of our concern about utilizing that as a benchmark specific for our northern region. There's several other counties that also have concerns regarding that. But as you can see, it is continuing to climb despite not even having our major hospitals reporting into that number right now. This graph is part of our weekly dashboard graph. As you can see, there's the 550 for a week ending November 21st. A week ending November 28, numbers are still coming in. As you are all aware, there's a lag in reporting in that. But as of pulling this graph yesterday, we were at 380 ending the week ending Saturday. Just by way of reminder, as of November 23rd, a week ago Monday, you're all fully aware that as per our county's re-entry plan and due to our increased COVID-19 numbers, our county operations reverted to our phase 1, which signaled county buildings no longer being open to the public except for essential services and by appointment only. So there are still several things occurring across the county that fall under that essential services and by appointment only. Remote work is continuing with departments minimizing on-site staff to a third capacity at any given time in the building. And then of course, employees entering buildings are required to conduct temperature checks and continue to practice our outlined COVID-19 prevention practices, including of course, hand washing, physical distancing, and number one most important thing, not going out in public or coming to work when you are experiencing symptoms. Just a quick look at our testing by week. As I was indicating just a moment ago, you can see as at our week ending 11/21, there was a total of 7,200 tests that were conducted in that 1 week, where our typical average had been just above 45, right around 4,200 tests per week. That was very much indicative of a couple of things. One, obviously going into the Thanksgiving holiday, and also NAU classes and in-person classes completing and students leaving to return back home for the extended holiday period, and at press time not planning to be returning until January when classes are going to resume in virtual and other type of delivery models yet to still be determined. Just wanted to provide an update. I know many of you as the board have been aware, and the public, leading into Thanksgiving, our Fort Tuthill saliva-based testing had to be adjusted to appointment only last Wednesday. This came specifically from ASU due to their increased demand in conjunction with them having some staffing shortages, and most importantly, laboratory capacity necessitated that change. We had been told it was only going to be likely for 1 day, however, have had numerous communications yesterday and today. And so the saliva-based testing for those without an appointment is only going to be available as lab capacity allows. We have been able to increase our total number of tests per day. As of today, we have a capacity of 900 saliva-based tests available as of today. However, people must register and have an appointment for the date in which they wish to be tested. If the capacity is met for that day, individuals are going to be asked to return on another day for testing. We are still doing nasopharyngeal testing, and it is available without an appointment Monday through Friday. However, a limited number of tests are available per day. And I say this because we have staffing needs and issues related to how many nasopharyngeal tests we can conduct, and we have to have nursing staff that are able to do the nasopharyngeal swabbing. We are staffed to provide approximately 50 of those nasopharyngeal tests per day. However, if we exceed that amount, we do not have the staffing levels to accommodate it. So that is the messaging that has gone out to the public. I know our JIC team was working with us today to make those changes so that information is being shared with the public. Our Fort Tuthill operations, of course, are continuing with closures scheduled for December 25th through the 27th over the Christmas holiday, and then over January 1st, the actual New Year's holiday through that weekend. We have upcoming testing events this week. We'll be in Tucson on December 3rd from 9 to 1 at the IMAX Theater. This is in partnership with North Country Healthcare. They're providing both NP swabs and flu vaccines, and ASU will provide saliva-based testing. And we have a couple of staff members that go in collaboration in putting on those events. And then we're going to be in Page on December 10th. So next week from 9 to 1, the location is still being determined. And this event is planned in coordination with Canyonlands. They're providing NP swabs and possibly flu vaccines, and ASU will be providing saliva-based testing. Just a couple other things that we're doing in conjunction with the COVID piece and of course the flu vaccinations. We have had some really successful events with the schools, and we have 2 final ones planned for the end of this year. One is on the 3rd, this Thursday, and one is on the, or actually that's what, yeah, I think that's Thursday. And then one on Friday, the 4th on December 3rd, will be at Kinsey Elementary from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. and at Killip Elementary on December 4th from 11 to 1. And those times are highlighted specifically because both of those events are being held in conjunction with the food delivery program in hopes of us being able to have access to more families. We've seen a much better turnout and flu vaccinations provided at elementary school events compared to the one event that we held at a high school, at the high school lot at Coconino. Last piece is related to testing and reporting. Just a holiday schedule overview. Obviously, you'll hear about this probably a time or two again between now and the holidays. But again, as I had indicated, the Fort Tuthill testing site closure for Christmas Day through Sunday. The data dashboard will be published on Christmas Day and then not again until Monday. New Year's, same thing, closed on Friday the 1st, and the dashboard will be posted on January 1 and then not again until Monday. And then the weekly report schedule, similar to what just occurred this past week with the Thanksgiving holiday, those weekly reports and school reports will be published on the Monday following the recognized holiday. So unless there's any questions, Madam Chair, about those specific things, I did just want to take a few minutes to kind of share a couple of other things that are going on with respect to COVID, a pilot program that we are involved in with the schools, and just a couple of other things, but I can certainly pause now for any questions.
Sure, well, let's do that for what you've presented so far, then you can go into the new pieces. Are there any questions for Kim about what she's presented? Okay, great. Thank you, Kim. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So wanted to just share, this is some exciting stuff we've just been working on the last couple of weeks. ADHS announced a school support pilot program in partnership with ASU and the Arizona Department of Education in maintaining learning. Ultimately, this project is designed to allocate resources to schools in order to maintain learning. Initially, there were some schools and school districts targeted to participate, spreading it out across the state in this pilot project. And Coconino County has a participating school district in the project. FUSD has been selected to participate in the project, and HHS, we've been invited to participate and collaborate on this project. ADHS is continuing to announce additional details as it develops, but ultimately, as part of the project, ASU is supposed to be offering free surveillance testing, some antigen testing and outbreak testing to schools, as well as providing additional wraparound services. Some other online training tools, access to, my understanding is access to other potential staff related services. And we've been having meetings weekly, so they are hoping to roll out this program very quickly, potentially before the holidays, but certainly very early on after the first of the year. So we're excited to be a part of that program, and that one of the Coconino County school districts was selected to participate in the pilot. I think this is my last slide, and wanted to touch on the vaccine updates. As many of you are probably hearing, there is something in the news every day. We are still anticipating that the vaccine, at least the first vaccine, which is the Pfizer vaccine, should be available to administer as soon as mid-December. I just got off a call before jumping on to present this afternoon with ADHS, and it is looking as though that is still on track. However, today, the CDC, or excuse me, not the CDC, and I'm going to be at a loss for words, but the group that is determining who will be the first to be eligible for the vaccination, and as we've been saying, that is likely targeted at our hospital staff, long-term care centers, nursing homes, and others. That is there was actually a meeting today taking place at the national level regarding the criteria around that. The Pfizer vaccine has applied for emergency use authorization. Moderna is expected to apply for FDA EAU approval this week. And where we are with the county in our preparation, we've been diligently working to be ready to receive vaccine as soon as we are able. We are going to be in line to receive some of the first vaccine that will be distributed in our state based of course upon that criteria. And once both the CDC and ADHS make those vaccine allocations, I know I had shared with you previously, we've been working with TGen regarding some cold storage ability. We've been working with our emergency operations in terms of setting up vaccination locations, the logistics around that, and feel as though we are coming into this as prepared as we possibly can, given that the information changes or gets updated on a daily basis. So just wanted to share that exciting information, and that we have sent out a survey to our healthcare providers to gather information needed for the prioritization process of phase 1 vaccine distribution. And ultimately what we've been asking them is numbers of employees. Are they going to be requiring it? Some of those other things, so that we have some initial information regarding numbers in our county that we will be then sharing with ADHS. So with that, that is everything that I have, and I'm happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Kim. Let me ask board members any questions at this time? Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, I was just wondering, since Navajo Nation has been so hard hit by this virus, and I realize that getting the vaccine to the healthcare workers is a priority. Can we figure out a way to prioritize getting this vaccine to Navajo as soon as possible?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Parks. Absolutely, I share in the concern around that. What we understand is that the group that is meeting with respect to the prioritization are factoring all of these things in, including the most vulnerable populations, given the high numbers of those impacted on the Navajo Nation. I am very hopeful that that is going to be a part of the equation and what is factored in. What I did hear today is that the state, the first shipment is supposed to be coming into the state of Arizona as of December 15th. Currently, the state is slated to get 212,000 doses. That's initial doses. These are 2-dose vaccinations. And so as soon as I have more information to share with how that allocation is going to occur, I will absolutely do so with the board, including what the plan is for the Navajo Nation. So thank you for that question.
All right, thank you very much.
Others? Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. Kim, what's the pilot program for the schools about? I guess I didn't really catch that.
So what it's actually about is to do some additional specific surveillance type testing with the schools so that there are other mechanisms that can be put into place to help schools stay open, to be doing more frequent testing, being able to quickly identify if there's an outbreak so that that can be isolated and folks can be separated and quarantined so that we don't continue to have that spread. That's the gist of the program, Supervisor Ryan. As we get more and they're giving out more information, I'll be happy to share that as well. We keep getting little soundbite pieces as all of these things are being rolled out. So that's about the length of detail I have for you at this time.
Because they're not in session, but the idea is to, once they do start to begin physically attending, then they hope to begin to implement pilots that they hope to spread into other districts.
Yes, that is the hope out of the pilot, that then it could go statewide is absolutely the hope. And also, just I would clarify with respect to even the schools who maybe solely are virtual, obviously there are still online learning, in-person learning services being provided at most of the schools, and certainly staff and others who are still on site at the schools. And so this would even be looking at that initially, just even with that limited number, getting some of those routines and things in places with the schools.
Okay. Yeah, that, and part of my, curiosity is stimulated by, as we know, it looks like Williams wants to roll right into it, and, where are the opportunities for these school districts that step in that might not be as focused on the health element? Yeah, so maybe an application there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Others?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Fowler, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Kim, with the increase in the positivity rate, how are we doing on our contact tracing? We understand that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for that question. We continue to be really leading the counties in terms of our ability and percentage of turning around quick contact tracing with those that are identified as positive or contacts of those who are positive. Just received a report from the state as we're submitting information that we had well over, I want to say 96% results from our contact tracing. We do have the state assisting us with some of that we are sending some of our cases so that there is some state assistance as well. But overall, most of it is being handled by those that we have hired on staff, and they are doing a phenomenal job in terms of reaching out, making contact. And when I say that 96%, that is the making that contact, or at least reaching out and attempting to make the contact. Of course, there's always the issues of getting people to answer their phone and return those calls, but we're able to keep up with that at this point in time. And we also have the NAU staff that were brought on to assist with contact tracing, investigations, and surveillance with the students now out of class. Then if we don't have NAU affiliated cases, they are assisting our staff with doing all the contact tracing related to cases throughout the county. So I think we're doing really well. All things considered, we're doing phenomenally well.
That's really good news. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's really good news, Kim, because the national news, that's a big concern out there. And here we're doing, partnership, like our county manager says, partnership really works. So then that's really been how we're able to take care of these things. And it was really good news also to learn that Dr. Jill Jim, the Navajo Nation Health Division of Health Director, is part of the Biden team now. I think that is such a big plus, even for us, being that we we do work with Navajo Nation. And so I think that is very, very good news. I just want to add that as well. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Supervisor Fowler. I know Dr. Jim, I don't know her personally, but I've certainly been on many calls and super excited to have her be a part of that team. So I think it's going to be, you know, so significant for our county in particular, and certainly for the Navajo Nation.
Yes, thank
Well,
you.
perhaps we should send her a letter of congratulations, Vice Chair Fowler, the entire board. I mean, certainly send her a letter of congratulations, and then maybe invite, you know, that we would be here as a resource or just share information, and yeah, just get her engaged. I don't see that. I think that would be wonderful.
I think that would be perfect. And she, even though we have, you have not met her, she's been in communication with us, and we've been in communication with her and her staff. So, and that teamwork is really has been helping out with the, you know, having 13 Navajo communities within our county, and she is from Navajo Mountain. So it is a really established working relationship here. So thank you. Yes, I think we should send her a letter.
Great. We'll do that. Okay, anything else? All right, well, thanks so much for the work. And I mean, I know that, you know, last week was a record week in terms of the number of tests. I was trying to remember the figure. I know it was over 1,000. What was it exactly? Like a—
Yeah, we did just at Fort Tuttle alone, we did 1,050. And then there was another, I want to say 750 ish. There was, I may not have the exact number, that have been conducted at NAU. So yeah, it was just an incredible record-breaking week of testing between two locations. And certainly we're already, you know, with NAU now not operating a testing site, at least until after the first of the year, all of that is occurring at Fort Tuthill. And then certainly throughout the community as well at other locations and testing. So there's a lot of it going on, definitely.
Right. Well, thank you for all the work, and please thank the team for all their work. I mean, they've been at it for months now, and they're still doing it with a smile and with like a lot of energy, and just really appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta. I will absolutely share that. Yeah, the staff is incredible and continue to be amazing in everything that they're doing, and not losing hope that eventually we're going to find our way out of this.
Yeah, well, they're very sincere and truly are believers in public health, because they're doing it day in and day out, and they're doing it with a smile and with the same enthusiasm that they had for the first week they started. I certainly witnessed that last week. They were super busy, and they were just moving and pleasant and you know, pleased to do so. So it was great to see that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, that concludes our update on COVID-19. We're now going to go to number 14 on our agenda. This is discussion, update, and possible direction to staff regarding state and/or federal legislative and administrative matters. From Public Affairs, Director Eric Peterson is going to present this item. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman and members. Hope you're all well. I know this is the most anticipated part of your agenda. It's like the next episode of The Crown and all those good things. So I'm glad that we're here today. You wait all week to see me and talk about legislative action. Couple things just before we dive into the meat of our world, which is state legislative roundtable items, is federal issues. Obviously, lots going on still on the federal side, and the lame duck continues on. The biggest update I wanted to bring you was on the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. As sort of in the back of our minds, those of us in the lobbying world and in advocacy have been worried about is some of the social issues that are prevalent in some of the bills that we see yet to be finished up, namely with this one, the issue of what to do with Confederate names attached to military bases is holding up passage of this big bill, the Defense Authorization Act. Normally, it's a major bill, certainly affects the whole country, would not have necessarily a direct impact on us at the county, but we do have that piece of the Camp Navajo transfer language involved in that. And then also the Grand Canyon Centennial Protection Act is included in the House version of that bill. So the conference committee is now named. We have letters prepared. I've held off on sending them to sort of get that update and chat with Bob and Anna earlier this morning. And just wanted to make you all aware that that is an issue that is present in that conversation. If for any reason this really does hold up through the lame duck, it'll be the first time in 59 sessions of the Congress that this bill has not been reauthorized timely and within the year. And certainly Arizona's had a big mark on those bills in the past with Senator McCain and others, and we want to continue that this year, but I wouldn't put anything past 2020. So I wanted to make you aware of that. I don't think we need to do anything or spring into action yet. We have a letter that will be going to the chair to be sent to the conference committee. Of course, our issue is not directly related to this Confederate military base name issue, but that is a big issue that can hold up the legislative action on that. And I wanted to make sure the board was aware. So that's my only federal update for right now, other than I think we've all seen today while you were probably in this meeting, at least I've seen, that there is a new bipartisan bicameral proposal for COVID relief, including some state and local aid for about $900 billion. That has been proposed by, again, a bipartisan bicameral, both houses, group of the members of Congress. Senate Majority Leader McConnell has, my words, poo-pooed that a bit. I'm paraphrasing, but essentially says we don't have time to waste on things I don't think are going to move. That's my paraphrase of the Majority Leader. I just wanted to make you aware we will continue to watch and try to see where these right options are that will come up with the appropriations process. So,
hey, Eric. So
yes,
did you say that includes direct funding to local governments?
it includes some small piece of funding for governments. I don't want to say direct. I haven't had a chance to look at the details yet.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. Yep. You'll get back to us on that.
Absolutely. But I'll stop there, Madam Chair. That's sort of my quick federal update before we dive into state issues.
All right. Super. Let me see. Any questions for Eric on the federal update? All right. Well, let's go into the state.
All right. Well, lots happening as we get prepared for our legislative roundtable on December 16th for the board members, the supervisors elect, our members of the legislature elect. We're looking forward to, we have 3 of our 6 confirmed, only 1 has declined to be there, and just waiting on 2 others. And of course, this is public news. We are sending our best wishes and thoughts and prayers to Representative Teller as he recovers and goes through this COVID-19 illness that he has contracted. So we certainly, if he can't make it, we understand, but we'll continue to follow up with folks. Excuse me, sorry. That was just a cough. As we go through looking at the items for this, we'll get into some of the agenda items that we can potentially talk about. I just want to step back and give you a sense of today and next Tuesday, we'll have roundtable time to talk about what we're going to talk about with the members of the LD 6 and 7 delegation. Wednesday, I am, along with the rest of our public affairs team, Julian and Claire, meeting with the elected officials to go over the things on the ACO agenda that are real priorities for our county, so that we have a sense of that, can help inform the conversation. And then that will all be part of what we can pull into the legislative roundtable. CSA has, and I will just quickly share, Madam Chair, as soon as I find the right, there it is. CSA has sent out this item, which you should now see. This is the members of the legislature. And so they do this annually. Again, the session will start on January 11th. You can see the leadership. We are preparing bios for all of you of leadership and also our electeds. and then by color sort of show the length of service of these legislators. So I'm just going to scroll through this document you all have now. Here is the Senate, and you can see the members and who they are, pictures and such. And then also the committees, all the full committee membership has been named now, and what days of the week committees will be meeting in both the House and Senate. And then because we look at county boundaries often, CSA does this great project, so we don't have to do it in our staff, but sends out, districts and what counties they represent. So we can look through this and sort of have a sense of who's got relationships with who. So I want to make sure you all see that. We'll make sure to have copies for you throughout the year, but this is all in your email from CSA as well, so you can all have that. The other thing I want to bring up before we get into agenda items is there's an issue that I think we're all aware of if we've been paying a bit of attention. As I'll switch screens here. Can you see the agenda for this joint committee, Madam Chair? Do you see that on your screen? Okay. You were muted, Madam Chair, so I didn't hear. Sorry.
I can see the screen. It's a little small, but you'll probably go over.
So thank you. So this is an issue I wanted to bring up. I had a chance to just briefly touch base with Mr. Ryan this morning. The legislature has created a joint ad hoc committee for oversight of emergency executive powers. This is all in relation to COVID-19, the powers of the governor to do closures, public health closures, things like that. Really some members of the legislature who would like to see the power of the governor strictly limited. And really require legislative action. There are different executive powers across the different states. This committee will meet Wednesday at 10 a.m. I bring this up because while this agenda doesn't look like it's about us, the moment you open emergency executive powers, you're ultimately, it will not take long for someone to find their way into the titles that affect our powers as a county. Craig Sullivan and I had a long conversation about this, and so we are preparing to be engaged in this and to listen, to guide, make sure. But again, when you start opening up these conversations, they can easily come into county powers as well. Our powers have been limited by the governor's executive orders, but they still do exist in the statutes. And if the legislature is going to look into this, that will be an issue. You can see some of the presentations. I'm just going to pull it up here so you can see who the representatives are. No one from our area is on the committee, this joint ad hoc committee, but and this will be on Wednesday at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So it'll be broadcast. No one can be live in the room other than the members, but we'll be watching and paying attention to this. So I wanted to, before we dive into issues, make sure you're aware of this and that we'll need to be very carefully watching about county powers and how they're involved in this as well.
Yeah, especially with looking at who's on the committee. Oh my. Okay.
Yeah, and is there any information that CSA is going to send in advance to the committee members, or they're just going to kind of be a wait and see mode, hear what the discussions are?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's really, I think it's the first one is going to be a feel it out, see where things are going. We know from some of the members here, certainly Senator Ugenti Rita, Representative Kavanaugh, Senator Livingston have talked about the need to really have legislative oversight to what the governor did to economic factors, so business closures and such. But, if the bill is just about the governor's power, that's one thing, but it's easy for a drafter and the committee staff to look much farther, including our power. So I think that at least the first time through is really see what the committee's talking about and then prepare to engage without trying to open the door and tip hands before we have to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I know a couple of those folks on there very well. So when it's time to start talking about that, I'm happy to reach out. Vice Chair Feller?
Yes, we just want to make sure that they realize they're talking about counties.
Mm-hmm.
Remind them that we are here.
Right. And come talk to us. Yep.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that, Eric. Anything else?
So, Madam Chair, what I do want to do, and we need to spend a little time and make sure that I am correct and hearing from you all correctly as we prepare for the 16th. I have shared a file with you earlier today. I will just throw this up on the screen as well. This was a potential state legislative roundtable items. This file has the first page is the CSA state priorities, which are the 5 items that were CSA coalition items at the summit: broadband, transportation, all text, flexibility language, and the juvenile corrections fee. In this file, items in yellow are things that I am recommending that we would not bring up as a Coconino County priority to LD6 and LD7. So I'm just going to scroll through this real quick. So that's on page 1. We'll go back and we'll look at each one individually. The following page is the approved legislative initiatives. So these are bills that CSA would run either in coalition or independently. Again, there were many of them. Some of them are in conjunction, such as ours with the assessor on short-term vacation rentals, dangerous, incompetent, non-restorables. The attorneys have been working on juvenile dependency representation, the transient lodging tax, military leave pay, the write-in candidates, the elected improvement district boards, and the irrigation non-expansion area. I highlighted many of these in yellow as they were not our initiatives, and other counties are taking up the banner on them. And that's not to say they're not important. We're not opposing them, but really as a matter of we're not preparing to make this part of our ask, the entire CSA agenda. And then the third sort of category was other potential state items. There's a couple defensive issues here. You know, obviously we oppose raids and sweeps of funds. We would not like increases to local government costs and such, but do we want to bring that up? Do you all want to talk about that? Do we want to get into the CARES Act funding allocations and we need more money conversation or resources for social services? I also included unemployment compensation. Supervisor Fowler and I have had some conversations about that. It may not be ripe yet, right here in December, but there's much more of a federal impetus there and involvement, but it's something we should have on our radar. So really wanted to take some time with everyone today to go through what are the things that we want to say are our Coconino County priorities at the roundtable on the 16th. So, Madam Chair, I'll go back up to the top page. I'm sharing here. You all have this file as well. On the CSA coalition items, I certainly, I recommend broadband, transportation, all text, and flexibility language are things that are our priorities. I'm recommending that we would certainly not oppose the juvenile corrections fee for Maricopa and Pima, but that it's not our ask to be making in this moment that we have with our legislators. So I'll pause there on those items, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, it looks like Supervisor Ryan would like to comment. Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, I was waiting until we got to the end pieces of discussion, that later list. Just generally looking at this, it looks like a good recommendation. Not only that, we're going to have limited time. When we go and do this, and we want to, even with the list that we have that we want to talk about, we want to be efficient with it.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying maybe just scan over basically the CSA, kind of the coalition priorities. I mean, they will be hearing about that from CSA as well. I mean, right, and probably other counties, and then spend more time into. Well, I think we can talk about impacts to us, what it means specifically for us in Coconino County, give a couple of examples of what it means to us and how it impacts us and why we're part of the coalition supporting these priorities.
Go ahead.
And then I was going to say dive into what is most important to us.
Yeah, I would say that, but the one piece that we probably want to think about is we're going to be in a heck of a defensive posture this year. And so the CSA priorities, the impact to us in explaining what they are, if anything, they might have the most traction when you get to the lesser bills in terms of broader support throughout the state. It's important if they're applicable to us, but these are pieces that, you know, we definitely want to think about as we're talking to our legislators on.
Yeah, I'm saying they'll frame it in the context of what it means to Coconino County, right? Like they're going to have a broad overview of what it means to counties overall, and they're going to have a broad overview from CSA, but like why we, in specific, why is it that we have this on our priority list because of how it impacts our county in particular, whether it be revenues, whether it be eroding local authority. I mean, you know, whatever it is that the impacts that we're feeling, so they understand that clearly.
Yeah.
Anything else on this one? And you can keep going, of course, Eric.
All right, thanks, Madam Chair. The CSA approved legislative initiatives. These are the bills from the counties and such that are brought forth at the summit. I left dangerous, incompetent, and non-restorable on there. Number 2 here, you see where my mouse is moving, for us to talk about. That really is a mixed bag either way. And I really want to have a chance to connect with the county attorney to see if that's high on the radar for him. We obviously have some restoration to competency issues that we're hearing about. In terms of budget, short-term vacation rentals, this is obviously our initiative that we brought forward to CSA, working with the assessor. Assessor Ruiz is aware of this, obviously, and is working with ACO, and we should talk about this. This is our thing to bring up. But really, the dangerous, incompetent, non-restorable, I know the county attorney has another bill with ACO as well about funding for the justice system. So I want to make sure that we're efficiently prioritizing and not overwhelming the asks in our meeting with the roundtable on the 16th.
Liz, just to hop in on that one. I mean, it'd be good to check in with the county attorney. But, you know, this one fits well with Mr. Blackman's appointment also, you know, and they could be key points of, you know, he's going to be chairing that committee, which, you know, are there other items, you know, of interest associated with their, you know, that kind of assignment.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, you know, we will plan, just looking through this list, I am not recommending transient lodging tax. Needs some work done to make it right, to get it introduced and to see a pathway on it. I don't, at this moment in December, think it's the right time for us to try to drop it, especially in front of a couple new members in our delegation, and pitch that. We really, CSA agreed with me on that. There's some prep work that needs to go into getting that sort of primed and ready, especially with the makeup of the legislature. And the others I felt were parochial enough to other counties that they don't need to be on our initial meeting with the delegation.
Sounds good to me. Anybody feel otherwise?
No, I would just say on the transient lodging, that was sponsored by Yavapai, but Randy Garrison was a strong advocate of that one. And with him removed from that, it may shift in terms of, you know, it's a Yavapai thing. So I would agree with that. And this year asking for something like that, you know, that's probably not the best time.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Madam Chair, on these last ones, the CARES Act is a double-edged sword. If we open the discussion, it could go sideways on us. You know, I think if anything, we need to see how this plays out. Is the legislature, as we suspect might happen, are they all going to go after and find out what we're doing with our CARES Act money? And therefore, they won't want to do some of the other areas that we want to get addressed. So it's one that we probably want to be a little bit cautious on, and maybe it's not the time for that discussion. We just want to be prepared to defend where we are and how we're using it when timing is appropriate associated with that is one thought that I had.
Well, maybe it's more of, though, just like a COVID-19 update and what we have expended to date, how that's impacting counties, because I do think they need to see the difference between counties and cities and what we've done, and also between our county and other counties. I mean, we really stepped up, and I think they need to understand how we've become, a regional hub and a leader in this. And but that hasn't been without cost, right? So
yeah, the cost implications make sense. Yeah, it's one of those. It's a delicate one, but yeah, you're right on that.
Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. On the unemployment compensation, I know that it is going to take a lot of work. We have the state as well as the federal side. It's going to be, but I want to make sure that discussion stays open and that that we just educate our state legislators what we see in our communities and just really the impact. And then compared to other states, just more of education and as well as the Congress. So I think it's a really important discussion. We have with the unemployment being high and just the low compensation from the state, I think it's really important. So thank you, Eric, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think that's so important because, I mean, we still have, in addition to the fact that the unemployment is really low, we still have so many requests that we cannot fill in terms of like emergency assistance, right? For utilities, for mortgage assistance, rental assistance. We have people that are, coming to us that need help, not just 1 month, but for multiple months, or people who need help and have not been able to get the help. And, those funds are always short anyways, just in general, but then for the pandemic it's just critical. And so I think, again, maybe just painting the picture of, hey, this is what we're facing. This is what the county's facing, what the community's facing. Here's some information for you, to keep in mind as you go through this legislative session of how, COVID is impacting our residents in Coconino County, and, and frame it that way in terms of sharing information. And I also think, though, that both you and I have heard from several constituents that it's very difficult to reach anybody in the unemployment offices. That's, the phone line, when you call, it's impossible to get into that phone line to get some assistance and some help, and to get, the questions answered when people are trying to fill out the paperwork, or when they have questions about getting that assistance. And so I think, again, just kind of painting a picture and sharing, some of the stories would be good.
Yeah, I think so. So thank you, Madam Chair. One cannot live on $900 a month. That doesn't even pay rent. So I think it's really important that people especially with no, lack of broadband, and if you don't have a smartphone, you're not able to file an application online. So there's a lot bigger discussion that needs to take place. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Madam Chair, I don't have anything. This has been great feedback. I have reached out to Supervisor-elect Horstman and Begay, and so we'll be inviting them to the roundtable. Obviously, not expecting them to be experts on this, but want them, since the session will be happening as part of their term, to be aware and be involved. So we'll make sure to continue that outreach and updates to them on these items as well.
All right, super. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. And we'll make sure that, I'm sure those dates have already been sent out. I know they're calendaring already calendaring meetings and whatnot. So that's great. Thank you.
And just Madam Chair, again, the 11th of January is the start of the new session, inauguration at the state capitol. We do not yet know what the plan is for access to the capitol and how they're going to meet. I think that is a moving target. And so we continue to work with CSA, with Todd Medexa and others on what exactly will we see as the outcome in terms of how we can engage and interact with the members. So that just give you that update.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So now we will go on to our next item. This is item 15, discussion and update from County Manager Jane regarding possible community, regional, and or administrative matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I want to start by welcoming Colleen Nags to the County Manager's Office and the county team. Colleen is serving as the Executive Assistant to the County Manager's Office. And I want to say thank you to Sean Boyoma, who's been assisting here on the second floor for the past several months and has done an amazing job. Sean's been here yesterday and today. Colleen officially started yesterday. And Sean will be transitioning back now to Public Works. But again, welcome Colleen and say thank you to Sean for his assistance. Colleen's amazing. Many of you know her already, but we're glad to have her on the team. Want to remind the board and our board members elect that we do have orientation scheduled virtually this Thursday at 9 a.m. Again, we'll be doing that virtually, and then again on December 10th with more individual, especially the elected officials and some of our departments starting at 8 a.m. on the 10th, again, 9 a.m. on the 3rd and 8 a.m. on the 10th, Madam Chair. And Eric did mention the legislative roundtable. Thank you, Eric, and thank you to the public affairs team for all of your work going into that to make that a successful conversation. Again, that's on Wednesday, the 16th at 1 o'clock. Legislative roundtable Wednesday, the 16th at 1. Again, that will be virtually as well. Supervisor Ryan, Madam Chair, did mention earlier about the Prop 207 conversation. So DCM Dr. Marie Peoples has arranged to be confirmed, but we're tentatively looking at December 17th to have the interested stakeholders in the county come together and talk through the implementation of that, what that means, what it doesn't mean. And again, DCM Peoples and Keene and I are meeting with the county attorney tomorrow morning on several issues, and we'll talk about this some more as well during our check-in tomorrow morning with again, County Attorney Ring. I also want to remind everybody about, first of all, Eric, thank you for sending out the prompting on the Secret Santa. So if you all haven't done that, I put a plug in for that. I think the deadline is, I think, this Friday, Eric, if I recall correctly.
Right.
Going into, thank you. We do have EOLT tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where we will Kim will give a COVID update. Siri will do a brief budget update, again, to the EOLT tomorrow morning, following up the update that happened to the board today. And then we'll have roundtable. Again, that's EOLT tomorrow morning. And then in 2 weeks, we'll have a kind of an EOLT holiday get together. Obviously, it's going to look very different this year than it has previously. That will be on Wednesday, the 16th. Again, I appreciate Colleen. She's going to help facilitate that and help with even a care package, some things, some fun things, make this as fun as we can. And Eric and the public affairs team is assisting with that as well. Again, that's the EOLT holiday gathering on Wednesday, December 16th at 9. And then that Friday, the 18th, just a reminder, at 3 o'clock, again, Friday, December 18th at 3, board and admin holiday gathering, again, with some fun and care package for those in attendance. Again, thank you to Colleen for helping to spearhead that in partnership with our public affairs. A reminder, a week from today is our last board meeting of this board and this calendar year. We are starting at 4 o'clock. So again, next Wednesday, the 8th, we are starting at 4 for consent and action items and some roundtable. We'll be doing until 5. And then starting at 5, from 5 to 6, again, next Tuesday, the 8th, we will have a recognition for our 2 outgoing board members. And I want to say thank you to Eric and the public affairs team for helping to put that together, and for all of you who have contributed videos and pictures for that presentation to, again, recognize outgoing supervisors Art Babbitt and Jim Parks. And then starting at 6, Madam Chair, for next Tuesday evening, we do have community development will have a earth and ordinance amendment that has been advertised for 6 o'clock, so we'll be doing that. Then going into the Happy Jack item that we expect to take some time for the Happy Jack Lodge item again next Tuesday, the 8th. But again, remember that the board meeting does start at 4 o'clock next Tuesday. So, Madam Chair, that's all that I had for my report today. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Jimmy. Any questions for County Manager Jane? Okay, none right now. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Sorry about the background here. Just real quick, we do have the all hands town hall on the 15th as well. That's the holiday town hall. It's at noon. Supervisor Parks and Babbitt will also be having an opportunity to say goodbye to the organization. So we'll have that out to the board, some run of show and information about that this week.
Oh, that's super. Okay,
Thank
you for that. All right, if there are no further questions, then we will go to item number 16. And this is a roundtable, basically an opportunity for board members to share any information that they would like to share. So we'll start with District 1, Supervisor Babbitt.
Thank you. I don't have a lot. A couple just quick things. I'm heading out to Happy Jack Lodge tomorrow to meet with some residents and do a tour. There's obviously, we're getting a lot of emails on this rezoning. Be out tomorrow for that. And then also, I think many of you have been seeing District 1. There was a permitted grading permit in Fort Valley that is causing much consternation by folks out there. And so, Public Works and Community Development, not Public Works, excuse me, Community Development is, did issue a grading permit, which was, I believe, appropriate. I think the level of fill kind of caught everyone by surprise, and perhaps our permit needs to recognize different levels of importation of fill, but that's going to be for a future board to decide. On that, the other Fort Valley piece is, do believe that we are getting ready to close the loop on some of the questions, the building questions and water authority questions that have been going on for years and years and years, at least on an official communication. So that should be getting worked on. And yep, just last thing is I had a really good tour with a bunch of the Forest Service folks, and Jake came out and we took a nice long hour steep slope.
I think we've lost you. And we can come back. Okay, well, unfortunately, we lost Supervisor Babbitt. He may be, oh, there you're back.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. It's been cutting out. So if you heard Fort Valley, that's the good, the ugly. And then before I leave, I will be putting together a memo on revegetation of the museum fire. I've been talking about it with Patrice. So other than that, appreciate the conversation today, and that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Appreciate it. Let's go to District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
I just see that, you know, District 1 is just trying to compete with District 3 for how many issues you can bring up. Good try. You know, you got a couple mounds going. We got a few other things going in District 3. But actually, I'll keep my report really short. Just recently in Williams, the city, we culminated our contract that we had established with the city of Williams to reduce transfer site subsidy. We set it up that it went through a 3-year period, and it ended. And so city council, actually during the Bill Williams Mountain tour, talked to me about it. And I had to explain to them, here's why we do it. This is what we're doing. If you need me to come to your meeting and explain why county folk in unincorporated area have a responsibility to deal with their own trash, I could do that. I didn't get the invitation. I just read about it in the paper, but they did increase their rates for unincorporated community members that use their transfer station. They actually, when they were talking to me about the Bill Williams Mountain during that tour, they said they did an analysis, and 90% of the people that were using their transfer station were coming from the unincorporated areas. But basically, their city taxpayers pay for their trash service, and it's a fairness discussion, as you well know, and we have all had associated with that. So that's been one. Williams is pretty much open a lot. Kim has been delicately dealing with different aspects associated with that as they bubble up. Let's cross our fingers and hope people don't get sick, but there's greater potential for exposure in that way. We are going to have our last meeting associated with the Public Works Barn, the citizens group that Lucinda and Esler have been working with. Bless their hearts. You guys have been doing wonderful considering, the advent of technology and how opinions come with that. But they've done a wonderful job in staying stable through the process, and there's a really to be complimented, not only the committee itself, but in particular the chairman, Tom Mead, has stayed very stable throughout the process and bringing issues forward and addressing them. So they're almost done that. As you all know, we will have a hearing on a subdivision in Kachina Village that'll bring in a lot of people probably in February. Just a reminder that, as I'm looking at that, when Jimmy was noting the cases that are coming next week, there's a third case in 2 guns that we've got our reading to do. We're getting back to having a lot of public hearings associated with the land-based issues. So yep, they're coming. So we need to get set up for that. And as I said, we have that going on in Kachina. In Mountain Dale, they continue to work on sewer. They're hitting hard rock, so they slowed down, and it's cold. So that affects what they're doing a little bit, but they're continuing to work at the sewer extension out to Fort Tudhill. They're just in the community pounding away on and beeping all the time. I've listened to them all day. So that one's progressing quite well. And there's probably more. I said I'd keep it short, and then I went on. So I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thanks so much. District 4, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't have a lot. I like to encourage all of you to study the booklet that the Happy Jack folks sent to all of us for next week. That rezoning has become quite the issue in that area down there, encompassing almost all of the subdivisions and then some of the ranchers too, because they've all had problems that they attribute to the OHV folks coming in there and treating everything with pretty much a great deal of disrespect. That's my second thing about Happy Jack. That's not just about Happy Jack, as you all know, that's about the whole forest area that we have in Coconino County. We are getting so many of these people that drive the OHVs. They're escaping from the valley. I understand that, from the heat and from the virus. It's a tough deal for them, but the big thing I think are going to have to control some of the OHV traffic is some regulation at the state level. But we also, I've come down to the conclusion that it has to be education. We have to educate these folks. I mean, if we can get the Forest Service to revive Woodsy the Owl and have him have something to say about OHVs or whatever, we need to educate these folks as to the safety and the etiquette that they need to have to operate those things up here, where these folks that's their home. And the Happy Jack folks, they're very worked up about it. There's a rancher down in the Sedona area that runs clear up to Woody Mountain Road. She's been very upset about it. I won't be here. I would plead with you all to please somehow get this before CSA and get something done about this statewide so that we can have a little peace during the summertime up here for the residents of the wooded areas. The other thing that I would like to ask all of you is to please help prioritize the COVID vaccine to Navajo Nation. This is, I have a good friend right now, Jerome Chi. He's in Banner down in Phoenix right now with COVID. He's been on a ventilator. He's off the ventilator now. He's doing a lot better, but we were pretty worried there for a little while. That and diabetes are terrible out on Navajo. And that too is going to take some education, but it's also going to take the vaccine to be for the COVID virus to be prioritized to Navajo, because that's where we've had a lot of trouble with the virus. With that, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Supervisor Parks. Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just like to thank Jim and Art. Just really appreciate them and really great to work with them. In my district, I just want to give you an update. I think I mentioned it, but the Colorado Plateau Economic Development Alliance was established. It is official, and we are now in the plans for how our county attorney is working on incorporation papers. It's been really exciting process. It's been a long process, and from an idea to reality, and to be able to look into the future on how this network of local governments will be able to work on its economy in our region. I want to thank our departments that have been helping, and we just cannot do without them. So I just want to really thank everyone for that. We're really excited for it. And we are in the process and really working to see if we might be able to offer a VITA program again through the county. It is really important with this pandemic. A lot of individuals, a lot of people did not get their taxes done because we end up having to shut down before the February 15th. And so, or April 15th. And so we're trying to see how we might be able to set that up and be able to help our citizens, where we continue to work on that. We continue to just really try to see how we can still provide the services that we need to provide with the with everything being shut down and just working from home. So that's all I have. I just want to thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everyone for working with us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And yes, don't forget that we will be able to, of course, participate next week in bidding farewell. And thank you to both Supervisor Babbitt and Supervisor Parks. And so that will be next week. So let's see, I wanted to let you know, so last week I did participate in a phone call with Governor Ducey and Dr. Christ. It was a call that he hosted mainly for businesses and business leaders throughout the state, but also for community organizations. But it was I did join that call and I was able to ask a question. And the question that I'd asked was basically about COVID-like illnesses and reports from hospitals regarding COVID-like illnesses, because there's a system right now that that our local hospitals are not able to use to submit their data. And so we don't have the figures on COVID-like illnesses for hospitals. I mean, it doesn't go to the state, so it's not really calculated. And how that affects us is that when Kim today was giving her report, as you know, there's 3 different measures, and one is COVID-like illnesses presenting itself at hospitals, and that's one of the pieces of data that needs to be looked at in order to move from one category to the next. And so I asked about that that question, if they were going to change the system to allow for, you know, our hospital to report that, but they are not going to change the system because there's other hospitals that can use that. And so basically the answer was no, but I was really pleased to be able to ask that question. And, you know, we continue to maintain our communication with the state. I am scheduled to have a call with Ben Blink from Governor Ducey's office, just to continue to, you know, communicate the resources that Coconino County is using for COVID-19, and to make sure that they just, you know, that we're on their radar. And so just all part of our advocacy. So I just wanted to let you know that. I did want to let you know that Senator-elect Mark Kelly will be sworn in here very soon. Let me look up the date of that. He is going to be sworn in actually tomorrow, December 2nd at 12 p.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Arizona time. You can watch it live on C-SPAN if you want to see that. And so he will officially be in office, and did have a call with him and let him know that the Board of Supervisors from the county would like to visit with him about our legislative agenda. And he committed that he would have a meeting with us. you all know Carmen Frias. She's going to be on his staff, so she's moving over to staff his office, and so she does know our Northern Arizona issues. So that'll be great for us since we do have an established relationship, and she knows exactly what we face in Coconino County. So that's wonderful. Today, let's see, we're having a Timberline Fernwood, a neighborhood watch meeting today. And so, Supervisor Parks had brought up the issue of recreational vehicles in the forest, and visitors not really recognizing forest boundaries from private property boundaries, but also just the safety issues that are not always followed. And so that is becoming a major issue county-wide, especially as more and more people are recreating in the forests. And so I've had some constituents ask, what is the county's role in dealing with that? We did invite the Forest Service to come and speak. The Forest Service did communicate that they have some law enforcement, but very little. So I think really it's because this is becoming a major issue, perhaps putting together like some type of task force to see about coming up with some solutions. I mean, I think it probably needs to be more educational in nature. I mean, maybe it's working with the hoteliers where there's information that's put out at various, outlets with some information on, what is safety, what is, maybe a map showing Forest Service property and, private property lines. I mean, I don't know exactly, but maybe it's with the tourism office here in Flagstaff and other cities, maybe it's getting some educational campaign out, or, but I do know that is a frustration for people who live in that urban forest interface, that and for people who are adjacent to our forests, it is eroding their quality of life. And so they're being very vocal about it and would like some assistance and some ideas. And so again, I think it needs to probably be more educational in nature. Perhaps there is some legislative measures that can be taken, but the fact is that it's national forests. It's not always state property. So again, if it's national, that's a different level of ask and impact, because you're not only just impacting then state and your local area, you're impacting recreational vehicles nationally in all forests. And so again, large conversations, but certainly understand people's frustration. I think that is it for now. We're going to have our discussion with our incoming board members. We're going to have the start of our orientation meetings, which will be very exciting. And that will be this week. So don't forget that, a good opportunity to share information and to begin the process of switching over from thanking one board to going to the next board. So look forward to that. And I think we're at the end of our agenda. So we're going to go ahead and bring this meeting to a close unless there's anybody else who wanted to offer information. Anyone? Okay. And just a really brief thanks to Eric's team for putting together that very clever and humorous holiday card. And I think that's going to be available at the end of this week, I believe, or beginning of next. Is that correct, Eric?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we did ask folks to take a look and let us know by Monday the 7th.
Okay.
So that we'll have it available to you next Tuesday. You can send it out to your networks, and we obviously have a list. We'll send it on behalf from the county to other counties and partners and such as our county holiday card. So
okay.
happy Zoom year, as we like to say.
Very clever. Yeah, very, very, very clever. Particularly liked all the enhancements that we have. Hats and brooches and Santa Claus beards. It was great. All right. Thank you so much. And we will talk later this week. Thank you.
Good job.